Premio.
Hi guys, it's us, the Talons. How are you all doing today? How are you all doing this night?
Why did you join it? Why did you join in like an infomercial or like one of those things where like the paid star comes in? You know?
Has this ever happened to you?
Yep. There it is. There it is.
This is turning into an I think you should leave sketch.
You're sitting down, having the time of your lives, playing some good old fashioned kobolds and caverns, and then suddenly,
why would the ripoff brand? Damn.
And suddenly, your DM looks at you and says, "I need you to leave the table." You're not sure what you did. You're not sure what exactly happened, but you feel like you've been targeted. Well, look no further, because I can double that feeling with this current stream, Curse Stream. That's right. You can feel targeted the entire time through, and also add some trauma to it as well.
Oh shit! No way.
What ad is this?
See, our stream uses horror technology in order to really put the scare in you. Really makes you feel like that witness you feel is your own bodily fluids leaving your body out of fear.
Are we SAOing this right now?
What?
Sort out online? You die in the game, you die for real.
Are you trying to put people in Curse of Strahd as like NPCs or some
Just
shit?
ask our horrified customers. See,
time out.
Does that sound right for you? Call now at 1-800-SCARE-FOR-YOU. That's right. That is 1-800-SCARE-FOR-YOU.
I
Hey, who said you keep crying? Get your ass in the basement.
I said he wanted to play a game. It wasn't a fun game. He took my leg. I threw a play shit.
Let you all out of the basement. Get back in the basement. Don't play your game. You 1-800-SCARE-FOR-YOU. Get your ass back in the basement. I swear to God.
It's okay, Jimmy. It's okay. We're gonna get home one day. I promise.
Terms and conditions apply.
Yeah, that one hard left. I wasn't.
Anyway, thanks for.
Anyway, are we ready yet? Okay.
I thought you were just gonna be like. I thought you were just gonna be something along the lines of, "Hi, I'm Ismark from the Talons. Have you or a loved one been affected by?" Like I thought it was gonna be like that. Like straight up, that was it. Like that's it. Like mesothelioma.
Ismark got mesothelioma.
Look, man, I was stalling as much as we can just to make sure.
Why stalling? We just started. We were good.
Because like one of these people, I ain't gonna name no names, but they know who they are.
Bro, what you talking? It's not like an actual game. I can still have it open while we're doing it. I don't know what you were talking. I was like, I'm gonna let you do your shit, homie. Mr. Infomercial at.
You done?
Did you quack?
Anyway,
was that you?
Waiting for some people to get ready, so I was stalling a bit, but I wanted to do a funny bit, and I was improvising, so.
Fair enough. We were all here. Hey, what was that? Anyone? No? Just me? Okay, never mind. All right. Oh. Got a duck.
Anyway.
Anyways, we are back with some more Curse of Stream, y'all. We yay! Woo! We are back, and it is episode 107 currently. It is the episode after the previous episode of the Level Up, and of finding a rather esteemed individual in D&D lore. We'll get to that in the recap in a second here, but we are gonna have a bit of a time here today. And it'll be the first episode of our players hitting level 13. Speaking of which, a lot of our players leveled up / rolled some dice and did that over the time frame, and we had a couple of people roll. One small note of last week's, if you were there for it, Eileen did actually switch and is not taking a class in Ranger, but instead is taking one in Rogue instead.
That's right.
And along with that, we were waiting for Amars to decide what their other class was going to be, whether they were going to continue as a cleric or something else. And go ahead, Amars. What did you become?
I came bloody.
You learned how to bleed?
I really, I really want us to enunciate and phrase better.
Bro came out the kitchen like, it's Mark! I made a bloody.
I want you to know.
Nah, but I decided to become a blood hunter instead of all that. It was it was a tough decision. I had to ask the jury, and after brutally murdering the jury because they were all some form of undead, I came to my decision of just going blood hunter.
So I just want to specify this. You say you know what? No, I'll save it. The chat shouldn't hear what I have to say.
Homie, I think the chat needs to hear. That's the best
Let's
part.
move on.
The chat should. The chat. Go ahead.
You're excusing the chat, like why not? Like what are you scared? You scared of backlash? Like what's happening here?
They really said I don't want this on public record.
Bro, it's like listen, y'all, this shit is not for your ears.
Oh god. Okay. To cement the blood hunter also, you do need to roll your hit die, so please go ahead. And this will be an extension of Misery Day. So if you're not satisfied, we can re-roll again. It is a D10. But we'll see. We'll see if you wish to do so.
I mean,
Let's go, Morris. Let's go.
I'm built different.
I use
built different.
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
Let's fucking go.
13 health.
Damn. Hey,
I know
120
Michael doing the gritty. I know he's doing
123, baby. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Oh man. Okay, wait. You've all broken 100. All right, I'm doubling the damage of people now.
Go away.
Oh, that's not.
Oh yeah.
That's not
y'all,
something to be excited
y'all,
about. Never mind.
y'all should have rolled not on Misery Day. I apologize. Look at this. Good rolls all around. Wait, hold on. I want to see my rolls. Hold on, let's see.
Wrong public pussy.
I did. Well, all right. Anyways, things are back to normal. Things are back to normal. Things are back to normal. I don't worry. I cleansed the chat for y'all. All right. So, now you are. Congratulations on the max 10. You got, huh?
Morph, you okay?
Let's get started.
Okay, with that, you are officially level 1 Blood Hunter. Everyone has now fully leveled, and we are going to get ready to begin here. As for other announcements, I have nothing else. Yes, nothing else. Does anyone have anything to say before we begin? Any announcements, anything for themselves?
Schedule's out for the week, and I'm no longer sick. So
let's go.
Yeah. My HP is a Fallout 4 vault. The fuck does that mean?
Y'all don't know the Fallout 4 vault number?
Bro, it was a mid-game.
It was, I was about to say, it's like 117 or 111. I couldn't remember which.
That's it. First one's Master Chief. Second one is
thank you.
Wait, shit, you 111?
Yeah, I'm 111.
Hey,
let's go.
I am now officially the lowest health. Finally.
Shit, we're tied!
Wait, we're tied?
Let's go! 111!
Oh my god.
Boris, you good?
All right. I think we should just go. I think we should just go.
I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm sorry. BRB, guys.
Okay, I think we should just go. All right. So, now with that, I'm gonna assume announcements are done. I'm gonna do our recap. So, last session, the crew had just trekked through the Savage Woods themselves to get over to the mountain, the edge of the mountain of Mount Bartok. After finding the original path that they had taken and went to originally meet Mordenkainen, they investigated around the area, finding certain traces of his magic and his newfound traps. After taking a few hours to climb up the mountain itself to get towards the top and eventually find a more secure path towards Mordenkainen, the crew eventually found their way up into a naturally formed bridge in which Mordenkainen had confronted them and began to attack as the group decided to disarm themselves and show that they meant no harm, along with bringing forth Van Richten to meet Mordenkainen. Upon this reunitement, the crew eventually persuaded Mordenkainen, along with the help of Van Richten, to approach and examine what is wrong with him and what may be going on. Learning that he seems to be succumbed both to madness itself, along with having a mind blank spell attached to himself, they encouraged him, or he told them of it and dispelled his own mind blank off of himself. And the group, with a slight hiccup and having to suddenly grind some diamonds, were able to cast Greater Restoration onto Mordenkainen and free him of his ailment. Although he still seems a little off at the moment, he was able to guide them back to a spell of his, a famous Mordenkainen's mansion, before opening it up and giving them 3 rooms, a place to eat, and a small study for himself and his friend Van Richten to discuss for a while the rest of the crew is free to roam. Along with that, he blessed them with a boon of heroism for the entire group. Hopefully they will use it well, as they all leveled up and are now in the centerfold of this mansion. What would you all like to do? That will get you back onto this map.
Food.
I just kind of look around to the rest of the group. You guys like hungry or something?
Yeah, I could get something to eat.
Where did he say
Yeah.
the dining room was?
New music?
Left of the intersection.
Damn, they got the sparkle sparkle sound effect.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to locate the dining room.
He said it was left of the intersection.
Fine.
he did point it out. So with this as it is, as you kind of go through, the kind of wooden, beautiful architecture that kind of goes to the side. There are paintings and pieces over onto the side. Some of them a very familiar figure, as you see Mordenkainen either in mid-battle poses or just portrait sets of him, or just moments of spark and inspiration, and other individuals and figures that you do not recognize, whether they be monsters of creation, whether they be people of seeming importance, or people of seeming frustration, as he does not seem too pleased with a specific woman with a witch's hat. But as you continue on forward...
That's the Lord!
Yo,
Hey,
Tasha, how you doing?
Shit, Tasha, how you doing, girl? I think he'd kill me if I talked to her.
Hey, yo.
I think motherfucker would murder me on the spot now I think about it. Yo, Tosh point oh, yo, how you doing? You trying to slide?
Let's see. There we go. Sorry, just double checking. Okay. You all kind of begin working your way there before there's kind of a bit of a light effect to you, so you aren't able to fully see the room ahead of you as you just kind of start walking in. But the moment you step in, it's all unveiled at once as you see a massive set chandelier in the center of this room hanging down with those of you would call them elk or deer antlers hanging out to form kind of the chandelier, but you see an amalgamation of different beast horns horns, claws, or whatever different more bone structured pieces kind of forming the shape, which, as you realize, it is now spinning and creating shadows in the room that highlight certain different forms of illusionary pieces and hanging hanging dresses all along the walls. This room is not as full of paintings, but is more full of knickknacks and treasures and trophies as you enter on in. There's a long set dining table covered in a beautiful silken reddish, light reddish robe that kind of covers the entire piece itself. And there are just stacks and stacks of chairs to the point where you don't need to sit next to anyone. Each of you could sit apart 2 chairs each if you wanted to. But the tables are all set. There is plates and everything. There are certain what are they called? There are certain coverings on the table, but no food is present or shown except for bread and baskets throughout this entire feast, premature feast ahead of you. And as you begin kind of entering in, you do notice that there is another connecting room to this place, but the door is currently closed, and it seems like a special door. It's not your standard open close doorknob everything. It's more of a push and kind of swinging door for those of you that are a little more accustomed to more in city design. This would be a little too fancy for small town, but yeah. Past that, there's candelabras that line the table. Not lit right now as the chandelier is giving off enough light, but however, you believe that it could be adjusted on command. As for the chairs themselves, they are all lavish, matching the red attire, and you see a deep brown wood on the parts that the tablecloth isn't fully covering, with these chairs kind of matching that. However, they are upholstered to have a red kind of cushiony kind of area in the front. This is lap of luxury looking. And this is far better than anything you've seen so far in Barovia. What'd you guys like to do?
I'll take a seat at the left side of the table in the middle. Fuck it.
Fair enough.
Check for traps. Check for traps.
Okay, investigation.
I would,
Mhm.
I'll take a seat at the head of the table.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's get it, Mara.
Who's gonna be at
Big
the
man,
other
big
side?
man.
I'll just sit next to Eileen.
Okay, so you're not checking for traps?
No.
Okay, got it. Who has a passive?
Jim's sitting down.
It's clear. Who has a passive investigation of 15 or higher? I know Eileen, but does anyone else? You do? Oh, yes, yes, thank you. Perfect. So, both of you notice as you're walking on in here, as I had mentioned before, of like just kind of the different shadows and illuminations as it's going through for the chandelier as it's beginning to spin, you start to notice at certain points and pieces, the chandelier isn't composed of these bones and these antlers at random. In fact, you start noticing that the beams of light, as they hit certain objects into the distance, you can see that they begin to form that of different creatures, those of which the horns seem to come from, but only for brief moments, like 2 or 3 seconds of, when you're able to kind of appreciate the illumination of it. It's not a fast spin also. It's not a disco ball speed or anything like that. It is just kind of slow, and that's why you're able to like, okay. And some of them also go off of the more 3D trophies of using the shadows of the trophies themselves as well, from how the light works. It's very interesting. You can see things such as, you can see things that look like dragons, but you realize soon it's a behir. You see certain creatures that don't even make much sense to you. You see that if you are well-versed of a beholder. There's just... It's a very interesting spectacle. It's almost artsy in a way, but it kind of still gives that show off kind of vibe to it. But that's about it.
I gotta ask. Is there
Go for
one
it.
of a Tarask?
Make an investigation check.
Ooh, okay. Those are big fucking creatures. 26.
Damn, good roll.
Nothing that goes off of that information itself. It seems that there has not been a Tarask that has been added to the chandelier, let alone for... Give me a history check.
Okay. 19.
Let alone the feat of taking out a Tarask is monumental. You would think it would be harder than taking on Strahd by miles.
Okay.
So you don't know
These
how
are things that
well
he's
it's
killed
played.
or defeated or some shit. Okay.
Or have fought in some capacity and have taken a piece of.
Fair. That makes sense. This is his trophies.
Yep. with that, as you guys are now sitting down and seated at your table, wherever you may be, all we know is that one of the heads is Morrow. Then you have probably about eight chairs away, Eileen, in the middle, as you said. Yeah, Eileen and Thorn. As you guys kind of begin sitting down, is anyone not sitting down or doing anything else in this room? I will allow anything. Just want to know.
I don't think I'd sit down and eat. At least not yet.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm just going to marvel at whatever this house is and how it just came, because it seemed to be out of nowhere.
Fair. Yeah. Alongside you is Ismark, who's just looking around, and who hasn't said a word. But as you are just seeing, his head just keeps turning towards things and just noticing things. He's wide-eyed, like a kid at a candy store. Like he like while you are like appreciating all of this, he's like, oh man, I want this. You know, like this, like it's very like yeah, me. You know, it's hyper more than it is just the, you know. As the three of you begin to sit down at the very least, while the other three are standing up, out through the swinging doors immediately, two individuals come on out immediately. These individuals are very similar in maneuvers and movement, and you start to realize something very quickly. They look humanoid in mannerisms, but they are currently wearing the attire of a butler and a maid. However, while most of that is normal, the only difference is the fact that their headgear is something of note. The man walks in with a lion's mane around his head, while the woman actually has a cobra set around her head. But besides that, their faces themselves blank, no other features. It is almost that of a kind of porcelain doll-esque sheen in the front, with a kind of bluish white opal kind of coloration to the front of the face, while the rest of the body itself and the clothing actually is in full set color. It's just the faces themselves that just kind of are jarring, but differentiated because of the headgear. The lion, the lion's maid would walk over to Mara, while the one with the cobra would walk over to Eileen and Thorn. And as they both approach, both of them almost in unison just go, "Hello. Is there anything that we can get you? Are you hungry? Are you tired? Do you wish to just rest? What would you like?"
Water and bread.
He's back, baby.
Like nothing ever changed.
What
My
kind
man
of
has been the same.
what kind of water? Mountain, spring, sparkling from the plane of water itself.
Nice.
Glacier water it is. As for the bread,
Plain.
without any other words, he gets up, turns around, and walks back to the kitchen. All right.
Simple man tomorrow.
Actually, sorry. Note, he would walk over to the side of the table, pick up the bread basket, and move it closer to you, and then go back to the kitchen. There is bread already there, yeah.
What do you have?
What do you want?
She kind of reels her head back, looks at Thorn. We could ask for anything.
That's a lot of things.
We are able to feed nearly 100 people. We can feed you to your heart's content.
Do you, I'm shot in the dark because nobody else has had any. Do you have whiskey?
What brand? Is there something in particular you would like?
Do you know any brands?
No.
Where are you from? Faerun? Greyhawk?
Faerun.
Faerun. All right. I will get something there for you for whiskey. Is there anything else I can get while I go back? Or do you need time to decide?
Looks at Eileen.
Anything. Could. She'll look a little embarrassed and then she'll whisper, Can I have a raspberry cheesecake?
Let's go.
You can see with no eyes, with no features, but you can feel them staring at you as you say something that you're not even sure if you've had, but you feel like you've heard it somewhere and you deeply,
I've always
deeply
wanted
want
to
it.
try it. I've always wanted
Of
to
course. He gets up and walks back.
Let's go.
Oh my god. She's gonna like look at Thorn and there's gonna be like so much joy in her eyes. I've always wanted to try a raspberry cheesecake.
What's that?
Oh my god. Apparently, you know pies?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it's uncovered, right?
Mm-hmm.
The crust is like, I don't know, these sweet cookies. The inside is like a cream, but with cheese. And then you can drizzle it with fruit.
Can I can I try some when you get it?
She's gonna shake her head wildly, yes.
That sounds really good.
Listen, I'm not for rich people food, but that one, it always piqued my interest.
All this is going on, Morrow. A jug of water is brought to you, but you also notice in the center of it, swirling almost, there's a very, very condensed piece of ice that seems kind of jagged and set, and almost just the amount of detail set to it, and it almost seems like it's miniaturized as it pours and pours and pours into your cup, and then is set back. It doesn't even look like it emptied at all, as this lion-masked individual just leaves it onto your side, bows, and begins to walk away.
Let me taste it.
The water? Okay.
Yeah. How cold is it?
Oh. Have you ever... That's the best way to describe this. Have you ever ran through about a 3-mile go through like a long distance journey, hike or
Yes.
what is it called, track, right? And then you get to the end of it and you're like, I just could use any refreshment, and you get the one bottle, like the sort of bottle, and you're just like, oh, it shouldn't be too good, but your friend just told you, no, I put it in the ice bucket for you, and you just drink it. It's that kind of cold. It's
Bro,
that
that
kind
is-
of refreshment.
After a sports game, that shit hit different.
It do.
I don't know what they do, but water tastes good after that. After working out.
There's almost a nice little sting to it, is how cold it is when you drink it in. It's it's good. Okay.
Hell yeah.
It's good.
Also, as this is going on, I would say another individual comes out, another man in a tuxedo, or at least man imposing kind of figure. But he has a unicorn horn only on the front of his head. That's it. And he walks over to the back three, who are currently still not seated and just kind of looking around. Is there anything that I can help you with?
That's you guys.
Yeah, I'm thinking. You got foie gras.
Absolutely. Would you like to be seated? Or would you like me to deliver to your room?
To my room, shall we? Also, do you have lobster, chaché et pepe, what's that fancy champagne? Maybe
Chachi y pepe. And
Chachi
yes,
pepe.
what? And I'm sorry. Did you say a what? Did you say a champagne?
A champagne, yes.
Absolutely. Is there a specific one you want?
Elle dit tout pour moi. That one. That's the one I've heard so many.
Elle est dit tout pour moi.
Yeah.
It will be done. All right.
And I have a question, Mr. DM.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna hurt me, but did Ophelia ever tell me her favorite food? And do I remember that?
I would say while she maybe wouldn't have divulged in her favorite food per se,
Mhm.
kind of as you just think that moment and as you just kind of hold on to it for a second, you do remember that you were reminiscing about the lives that once were and once had. And she said that there was this sweet little bakery that she would go to. And she would get this special kind of set muffins as she had been in this mining town kind of growing up. And there was a special set kind of dark chocolate that they were able to produce into it that they mixed with a nice little mint spice. And she would get them and eat them up all the time when she was young.
Well, to throw a little bit of a curveball to you. There are these muffins with dark chocolate and a little bit of mint from a mining town in the Swords Coast somewhere. Don't know if you've ever heard about it, but if you could give me some of that, that'd be amazing.
Small correction.
Is it the
She's
Greyhawk?
not from the she's not yeah, she is not from the Swords Coast. You
Greyhawk,
don't
then.
yes. Mint dark chocolate. Muffins. We will do what we can.
That's all for me.
All right.
It's
We'll bring
smart.
it.
You gotta try something. And I kind of grab this one by the shoulder. Something
Oh,
fancy.
yeah. No. This sounds wonderful, and I've never heard of half of these things. Amaris, you absolutely love food. What would you recommend from your place, from your realm?
Well, most of my things that I like are different. Those are the things I eat aren't exactly typical. They're more exotic, but that's more so because of what we had to eat at the time. Always ate
I'm good for
dish.
anything. You as well, Oknev. Any recommendations? This is gonna be the first time I've had something more than wolf meat.
So remember I did about the ocean. You should try sushi.
What is sushi?
It's raw fish and rice, but really good. I've heard.
Raw?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not terrible. If you want something raw, then sushi might be the best bet. If you want something that's cooked, you'll have chicken, beef. Have you had those? Has it been a while since you had those?
I have had a chicken once, and it died early, and it was okay. It was a little tough, but it wasn't bad.
And beef.
No. What is beef, actually?
Just
Yeah,
gonna
like
turn to the waiter or turn to the servant. Can you get this man a steak, medium rare?
Get this man a steak.
Get this man a shield. It will be done. As they just kind of give a bow and they start walking back. And as they're walking back through the doors, out very fast, mind you, comes out a strawberry-based cheesecake and a raspberry. Sorry. Thank you. I gotta put it back. I gotta put it back. They throw it. They
The
throw it. They
Simpsons
throw it
like
back.
walk in, turn
Yeah.
back around, walk back out.
Just drizzled onto the sides. You have just the kind of pink layering of the cake itself. It kind of covers almost all of it. You can barely see some marks of yellow underneath the drizzling itself, and on the top are still some kind of not dried out, very still moisturized berries, just kind of on top with a little bit of sauce on there, as it is dropped down along with the whiskey.
Oh my god. I'm too. Should I eat it?
This is wild.
Would you like me to cut it?
Uh-huh.
Here you go. As she takes what are they called? They're the triangle pieces, but essentially that, and cuts a piece onto each side, lays it on its side, and puts it to the side, and you immediately see the drizzling of kind of whatever this raspberry sauce or cherry sauce or whatever it is on top. Just this red goo, just is kind of now drizzled onto the side of it. And actually, she would pull out something from behind on the maid outfit, and then drizzle some more sauce onto the individual piece itself, and hand it over to you.
She's gonna take like 5 seconds just to look at it and like slowly grab a fork.
She's so happy.
She'll take a first bite. She's gonna look up and maybe like a tear or two is gonna fall from her face.
Thor's gonna see that reaction and then quickly pour himself a glass of the whiskey. Because he was like hesitant of like, is it too good to be true? But he's gonna drink it.
For the whiskey itself, if you were to look at the my apologies, if you were to look at the branding, it just says Dragon's Breath. But as you kind of pour it in, you kind of almost see this weird effect of, as it goes into the bottle, just kind of almost a smoke or a steam or a mist or something arises as you pour it into the bottle. You're a little suspicious, but the moment you drink it, notes of vanilla start kind of popping up as you begin to drink it. As you start to bring it down, also it gives you a nice warm feeling going down. Not a full-on burn, but it begins to just kind of make you warm on the inside. You can feel as it goes down. You can feel that, or you can taste the vanilla, but you can also taste hints of some other form of fruit that you're not exactly sure of whether you've eaten it or not. But it just kind of goes down, and it just... That's fucking fantastic.
Thor does that shit from like from Raiders of the Lost Ark when Marion's doing the drinking contest of like the drink, like the cup slowly goes from his lips and then just kind of like up to his forehead. He just sits there for a second. He's like, "Oh fuck, that's good."
As you go, there's anyone nearby or even yourself, you notice there's smoke or something that can appear from him, just his natural ability, but this is a nice, almost white kind of smoke that begins to come out, and then it immediately dissolves and kind of twinkles in the air as you breathe it on out.
Wow.
Love this place.
Oh, this is great.
Do you want to try it?
Do you want to try mine?
Sure. I've never had whiskey before.
It's so warm. It's so nice.
So we'll like trade plates.
Yeah, I'll try the cheesecake.
As you just switch it over and as you go through, once again, she's still standing there. So as you start to, well, unless you're taking her plate, then never mind. But if you're taking your own piece, then she'd drizzle again. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll try it. Probably have like a similar reaction to Eileen of just like,
Oh yeah.
oh my god. I'm so tired of jerky. I didn't realize.
It's Mark. Come here.
Mm-hmm. Yes. What?
Okay, so like They like you, so if you ask them for a piece, maybe they'll share.
For the raspberry cheesecake.
Yeah, whatever that is just.
So good.
I want it. But there's no way I can take it without being hit. So they like you. It's definitely acting like your younger brother because the parents are like them. So I need you to go and ask. It's a forkful.
Okay. No. I'll get you a piece.
I'm just gonna look at the two of them and then look for a servant. Just ask for another raspberry.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
I want it to be theirs.
Like they're just like, I'll have what they're having.
Oh.
I love D&D.
You can easily go get another one, Morris. However, these two, I'm pretty sure, would just nod at each other the moment you left, and
scheming.
and Ismark would go ahead. Hey, sorry, Eileen, Thorn, do you mind if I grab a piece for myself and a Morris, if that's okay, real quick?
No.
Oh.
No.
So it's
She's gonna start covering her body over the cheesecake. No, you can't. I don't know if they have any more of this. I can't surrender this.
We do.
Ismark, you must understand.
We do have more. Would you like me to get you one? Hold on.
Get your own.
You know what? Make an intimidation check with advantage. Get your own.
We really went from the talents to fucking the schmeagles. Like, what the fuck happened here? First off, cheesecake was just like, my precious.
You know what? You enjoy that. He turns around.
What happened?
He starts mouthing. I'm sorry.
Did you get the whiskey?
Wait,
I'm not letting
Yes?
you have cheesecake.
No.
Yes.
I understand. No,
Yes.
I thought I overheard you over there. You were wanting to try things where we're from.
Yes, I did.
I possibly have something. It was a friend of mine. I'll look to the servant. In the Swords Coast, elves would have a dessert called Meal's End, a lot of fruits and cream and things. Could you get that?
We can indeed. We know of this recipe. We will be right back.
Fantastic. You gotta try this. The woman that basically runs the town, she was an elf, and she used to make this every once in a while. It's delicious.
Ooh. I can't wait. As he just starts kind of rubbing his hands together and just kind of smiling and thinking about the food he's gonna eat before he turns back around and faces Ognev again. I'm sorry. You don't want. She won't even let me have any. It wasn't because of you. She won't let me have any of that. You didn't see her eyes. You didn't see her eyes.
You're weak.
I know.
I imagine Eileen over the plate like that fucking game, like that. I'll have 1/3 of ease.
Mind you, by the way, I'm sorry. I also didn't describe this. This isn't like, oh, you got this off of like a store, or like it was like the ready to go from a convenience store, or for like a grocery store kind of thing. This is like Cheesecake Factory, like whoosh, like big portion, like cheesecake. Just so you know. So you can finish this whole thing by yourself, and with Thorn's help, and you both would be full.
I'm setting this cheesecake in between the two of us.
We'll go back and forth between the whiskey and the cheesecake.
As time goes on, as you all kind of set your order, they also start bringing out the other pieces. They bring out another, well, actually, technically 2 raspberry cheesecakes, 2 more at the very least. A steak is brought in front of Ismark. For you, Ognev, a raspberry champagne is given over to you, just fitting the theme. They thought it would be complimentary for some of the food, including your pasta with cheese and pepper, or your cacio e pepe. And you also had, hold on, Let me double check.
I'm gonna wrote this down.
Yeah, your lobster as well, and your foie gras. So you got all of that. You're getting all of that as one person comes out with like kind of a platter. As they notice you're still there, it's like, would you still like me to deliver to your room?
No, we can. Yeah. Huh.
No, please allow me to carry it. Just point me in the direction.
No,
or I will
want
hold
to
it
eat
until
it.
you.
I don't want to eat it here.
You want to eat here? That is fine. Take your seat, and I will put it in whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm just.
You
gonna
got such
sit
long
down.
table. You don't need to sit next to anybody, or you could be next to people. This is
I'll be around people.
okay. Fair.
Mhm. He's gonna look at the food, and I gotta roll deception because I'll keep it above with you. Oknev just said words he's heard before. He's never seen he never knows shit about lobster or foie gras. He just said like they don't have this shit, and he's just gonna sit down and just stone cold like, what is this?
Obi just bites into the shell. Like
he was only here on the source code for a month. I want that known.
Well, foie gras right here is a liver.
Hey, I know what it.
Oh,
I know what it is.
all right. I apologize. You obviously know what you're talking about. You seem like the best food critic I've ever seen.
Exactly.
Just trust your face.
Okay. And they're gonna sit down and just like bite. He's gonna bite like the lower lip, like.
This will be all of your lunch. We will still have dinner tonight, so you may eat what you wish, and then come back with another empty stomach. We will fill you up once more. As you can all dive into your pieces. Amaris, you didn't get. Yeah, I was about to say you didn't order yet, so I want your order too. You only got you got a raspberry cake. You got a raspberry cake, and you said get this man a steak.
What type of meats do you have?
Carnivore.
You would be hard pressed to find meats that we don't have.
Bring me one of all you got.
Oh!
You have selected 82 different types of meats. We will be back.
No fucking way.
Let's
You do
go.
not have you do not have the stomach for this. I'm sorry.
I will say this severely cuts into the can feed 100 people portion of this thing.
Hey, hold on. Don't hurt us.
That is, but I won't make it each a full meal. I'll make pieces for each. But I'm just gonna say that takes you guys will be about half now after that one. All right.
That's not enough. That's not enough.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, you can get different kinds. You can get different kinds of birds as you go over to ones of eagles. You can go over to ones of more suitable, such as ducks and chickens and stuff of that nature. You go elk meats. You get some that you maybe aren't too either familiar with as other unheard of creatures or mutations of creatures as you just kind of continue onwards. But you are left with a platter of meats. And I will say, as you guys continue on and go through your meals and as you eat, I will say, as for a more finishing piece, they give eventually Ismark sushi, and they would give you your dark chocolate mint muffin for your final Oknev. And there'd probably be one servant insisting, like, "Are you sure all you want is water and bread?" Would you like at least cheesy bread, garlic bread, crazy bread, something?
Could you get a toast sandwich tomorrow?
Come on, Marl.
Never heard of flatbread?
I know you like alcohol.
A tiffany.
A panini.
Well,
Only
jeez.
water.
Okay.
Okay.
This man
I'm
stays
convinced I
humble.
met a different man in the Swords Coast.
Bro, that was before his character growth.
It was like a week.
Yeah, that was before his character growth. Calm down.
He was drunk in a bar.
was-
A belligerent
Bro.
old man.
That was
Bro,
his-
that was
that
his
was his-
lowest point. He's only been up from here, bro. Except the time he died.
That was his twin cousin, Borrow.
He just goes up and goes, I need whiskey and some money, please.
So,
I can pay you back.
so, so Don, what is that? Do you not want any food or just want to drink? Whatever that is.
Well, I'm sharing some of the cheesecake with Eileen, and I did order the elven dessert for me and Ismark.
Which also would arrive with the later foods as well. Sorry, the aforementioned.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, I apologize. Yep. As that would arrive in between you two, and Ismark would probably in this order. It seems like it would probably be something along the lines of Eileen, Thorn, Ismark, Amaris, Aknev, Morrow, kind of all like portioning the table. I'm assuming that's kind of what it is, at least for this banquet hall.
Ooh.
Mhm.
I remembered something. Could I look to one of the servants?
Absolutely. You could currently have the unicorn, the cobra, and the lion.
Whichever's closest, I suppose.
We'll just go cobra for consistency.
Okay.
She would approach this.
Excuse me.
Yes.
This drink is from here. At least it was a while ago. Do you have Chateau de l'Eston?
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I don't believe I know what that is.
Damn it.
Oh. Even they don't have it. Rare.
Do you have a piece of it? We might be able to replicate it if you give us some.
It's from the Wizards of Wine. We have one of their wines, but it's not the wine.
I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the Wizards of Wine.
I'm gonna pull out 2 of their wines for Red Dragon.
It's because this place is isolated.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out Red Dragon Crush and the Purple Grape Mash.
Would you like us to add those to our collection?
Sure.
We
I have
will
plenty
need,
of it.
We will need to use both of the bottles.
I have plenty of it. Go ahead.
Okay. They'll take the 2 bottles back and they'll
Actually,
mhm.
before you go,
Yes.
do you all have ice cream?
Of course.
Eileen
Are you
takes
thinking-
a slow look at Amaris, as if to say, "You brilliant bastard."
Are you thinking of salted, regular, gelato?
Let's go with. Well, I'll get just a vanilla for myself. I'm just gonna kind of look over to Eileen. Did you want any ice cream as well? I saw you turn your head.
We also have shaved ice.
What's ice cream? I'm looking towards this mark.
I don't. Cold? Something cold? It's got ice in it, right?
Oh my god.
Dawn, what's ice cream?
It's like a frozen dairy product. It's like cream you would get in like milk with sugar. It's,
I would say, Thorn, actually roll me history on this one. You might not even know what ice cream is from your place. It might just not have been something that came up legitimately. No, ice cream is a higher noble dessert.
17.
You would know. You would know.
He knows.
You know.
I saw the
know
Duchess eating it one time.
It's a higher noble. Yeah, it's a higher nobler dessert, and it was offered to you by the Duchess, and that's where you found out about it. Amaris, I only say you would know because of the family.
I was about to say, like, they don't buy it, they just straight up make it, and we just have like the frozen parts from just the monsters that they've hunted. That's how they freeze it and keep it that cool.
Damn. Oh, what type of ice cream would Eileen get?
It's much weaker ice cream.
Wait a
Because
minute.
it's pink.
Because it's. So you should get vanilla and I should get chocolate. That's a little weird, don't you think?
No, I like vanilla.
She'll
I do
take
like
a
chocolate.
look at the cheesecake, and then an idea will pop. Could I have a raspberry cheesecake ice cream?
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Then
The gears are
yes,
turning.
if you can get about it, Ismark here,
Can I hold on? I have an idea. Can I get an orange ice cream?
Ooh.
Orange.
Like orange,
The
like
color?
oranges. No, the fruit.
The fruit.
I'm just gonna look at him.
Someone once came by from the town of Baroque, and he notices your gaze, having fruits, and they had it, or it looked good. You were ordering fruits.
No, no, that's fair. No, it's just
Is that not a thing?
No,
we have it.
it's
like
a
the
thing.
that no one orders. No one.
Yeah,
Why not? Why not?
yeah, orange ice cream and also a strawberry one as well.
Double scooped or separate?
You can have more?
Let's. I'm just gonna look at this mark at that point. Would you like them separate?
What's a double scoop?
I don't know.
It's,
What's a scoop?
I don't.
if I had to take a guess, I'm assuming it's they just
You
put
would
it
know.
on top of one another.
Correct. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. I'll take a I'll take it scooped. Double scooped.
Lauren, do you want one?
With the cheesecake and the meals end, I don't need any more sugar right now.
Roll for diabetes.
Question.
Go ahead.
Question. Hear me out. Can I get one of these ice creams? Let me finish. And a little bit of whatever cheesecake you have left, and milk, and I'll blend it in. Just all mixed together somehow. Could you do that?
Oh, milkshake. I know what you do. Oh, hell yeah.
I don't know why, but that sounds. My brain is like turning right now. It's shaking, and I feel like that sounds great.
Sounds like something my brother would have.
Your brother has good taste. Can we make that happen?
I believe I know what you're describing. I will do my best.
You ever? Oh yeah, you. She
We've known
talked
she
about
has a
this. She
brother.
talked. Yeah, she talked about it.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like that wasn't like. Why was that weird? Like she talked about it.
yeah, I told you I have a brother. And it's
Sorry.
yeah,
I
he's
forgot.
yeah, yeah, I don't. He's off doing something else right now.
Hopefully not stuck here. That's good for him.
No, he's not stuck here. Definitely not stuck here. He doesn't take on stuff like this.
Then he's in a better place than us right now. But at least we get food.
You
Champagne.
remember hearing him screaming over at the Wizards of Wine when you first arrived.
Motherfucker got killed by a glob.
I hope he's in a different place than here.
Oh yeah, son did get murdered, and Lily killed him.
Did I kill him?
Yes.
No,
It's not.
D&D.
You one shot him when he did opportunity attack. You bonked him the head
I just remember changing him into a tiefling.
because you killed him.
Oh, that was the way to revive
Oh,
him.
that's what. Okay.
It's all good.
Yeah, but this is
Different
launched
timeline.
as if it was beforehand, and also different timeline. So you know.
Different timeline.
So,
Different timeline.
so definitely you don't
Universe.
get one shot in.
Oh man, so he's in the Underdark right now.
I was about to say, like, does
Well-
that timeline match up actually?
Because well,
we're gonna
Mordecai's
talk about it
here.
later. We're gonna talk about it
Yeah, Mordecai is here right now, which means
So the event and well, they certainly said that something else happened between them. If you remember last week,
I know that. So like they were prior. This, so maybe
because it does take place the year before this campaign. Anyways, so we'll continue.
Let's go. Maybe Sun's okay.
I'm not
Maybe
changing my
Southern
statement. I'm just like, he's definitely in a better place than here.
It sure.
I'm not, I
it-
believe you.
It sure was wild that Pride Hands were not where they were because couldn't get contact with them because they were busy. Anyways,
That's crazy.
wild, isn't it?
You
As
ain't
time.
you ain't getting me with that one. Let's keep going. You ain't getting me.
Bro, why'd you say anything? Why'd you say anything? Why'd you say something?
Sorry, I shouldn't be bringing up an episode 100 episodes ago. It was episode 7 or 6 when I mentioned it. So Anyways,
He did say that.
I did
Anyway,
mention
let's
it.
continue.
Anyways, as ice cream is being brought out and more delights are being brought out, you are instead brought. It's very close to a milkshake, but instead of a straw, you're given a spoon, and it's closer to that of a frosty of sorts. You can kind of wait for it. You kind of wait for it to melt a bit, and they will put a straw to your side. But which, by the way, just looks like a round tube to you. As you're like, as you kind of have your spoon,
I pick it up and like start blowing like a whistle. Not really any sound comes from here.
You have to take off the wrapper.
Oh, okay. And I shoot at the S mark.
Not.
Come on, man.
It's a straw.
A straw.
You use it to drink things without actually having to put your lips on the rim of the cup.
That's the most fun part.
You try putting your rims on that mixture you have, and tell me how that goes.
Oh, easy. And I'm gonna grab it and just try to drink it like any other drink. And sure,
Cold. Some of it's starting to fall to the side.
Nope.
You don't know how to put it, but God, it's so good.
oh, so good. Mustache. I clean it off real quick. You know, maybe you have a point. Maybe you get the point. I'll use the straw.
As you all are now enjoying your lunch, as it is kind of going through, and all of you are just taking a moment to enjoy your meal and relax for one moment in this hellhole of a place that you're in. Well, sorry, I guess this paradise inside of a hellhole. You all enjoy your pieces, and you all, it's just good food. It is just fantastic food for you all. And for Ismark himself, as he's just digging into it, he very much what is it? What's that one meme gif with the person that's got like the completely stuffed up cheeks, but they're smiling and salivating while they're eating? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like a Cartoon Network show or something.
Oh, you mean
Can't remember.
Squirrel Boy Squirrel?
No, he's talking about
Squirrel Boy.
I know you talk about the boy just eating. I'm thinking
yeah, and he's just
SpongeBob for some
smiling.
reason.
Oh, I think it is SpongeBob. I think you're right. I think
Yeah,
it is a
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob
Oh,
thing.
no, it's Patrick. Patrick. Oh, bro.
There you go. Well, yes, and I think I was actually thinking of a person, but that also fits as he's just going through, especially with the steak. But as he goes through, you see as he's about to be handed the double scoop. On the top is actually the orange flavor, and you see that as it's going through, they shave a little bit of the back of orange rinds onto the top to just give it a little bit of that shaving.
Fancy.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, gourmet ice cream. As he goes through, he tastes the orange. It's not how he expected it, but it's still nice. And Amaris, you made a good call to get him a second scoop. But you all eat to your heart's content. Amaris, you are digging into thousands of meats. 80. But
82. You said
82. You know. It just looks like it. Yeah, no.
Dozens of meats.
Yeah. By the end of this, I would say everyone except for Morrow, y'all got a gut.
Oh.
I ate 2 things.
Okay, yeah, all right, Thorn. All right. I thought you were helping eat the whole cheesecake.
I was just eating a little bit here and there. It was hers. I was eating more of the fucking meals.
All right, fair.
I just drinking a bit.
Yeah, I'd honestly say you guys couldn't finish all of this with how much you guys are spreading this. No, especially Amars. No offense to you, Amars. Actually, you know what? Fine. If anyone wants to try to finish their whole meal that is not Morrow, that is not Morrow or Thorn, roll me a Constitution save.
I mean, I'm not saying that they gave me like an entire plate full of each meat.
No, about
you got a plus 5. I can never remember.
Basically,
plus 5.
every 5 meats counts as a meal. So you're eating basically
50.
So that'd be 16 meals.
16 meals.
You're eating about 16 meals without regard. If you eat the whole thing.
It's actually a 15 to tomorrow.
Yeah, you could take bites, but yeah. 15 because tomorrow. You are closest tomorrow. I'll allow it. With that 15, you almost finish your entire kind of sets of meal, but you save just enough room so that you can try the... Unless you're not doing it for the muffin, I was going to say.
We'll decide that later, but...
Okay. All right.
Good food.
Just have a bit of as soon as I get this a bit of a gut, then I'm not...
If you're
That's what I want.
gonna try to eat all the 16 meals, you're gonna have to roll Constitution for me. I'm sorry. It's just
Okay,
how it
you know
is.
what?
Let's go.
You know, I'll give you advantage, Mars, because you have made it a staple that you've eaten a lot. Go for it.
Let's go, Morris.
Let's go.
Fine. They're
Fuck yeah.
fine.
You all can't believe what you just witnessed.
She's so
There-
gross, but so cool.
There was 16 plates in front of Amaris, which are now predominantly stacked into 2 separate piles as she begins to finish the last piece of meat onto her side. Amaris, you lean back. If you have a buckle, it's gone. You unbuckled it at this point in time. And you just kind of sit back in that chair, and it just feels so nice and soft, and you immediately conk out. The con save wasn't enough to not fall asleep, but you managed to eat it all without throwing up.
Amara's
Just
got that
barely.
Thanksgiving dinner shit going on.
I was just like, you know what? Like, it took off my arm before I started eating. I'm just like, all right, cool. We can dig in here.
All right. Ismark. Okay, yeah. Ismark was able to eat all to eat pretty much everything that he had. He didn't finish everything. He hasn't finished all the sushi pieces. He didn't finish the what's it called? He didn't finish all the pieces of sushi. He kind of had to stop halfway through his ice cream after he got to the second scoop, but that was about it. And Eileen, if you would like to eat your whole raspberry cheesecake.
No.
Okay.
No. But
Uh-huh.
no, I was just like, Eileen just likes to look at people, seeing that they're kind of tired and relaxed, and then she remembers something, and she's gonna casually leave the table and start heading to the bedrooms. With now, as she's walking away, it'll start being now a more quickened pace,
Mm-hmm.
and she's gonna claim the bedroom at the end of the hall.
All right.
Just like a moment, like as she's leaving the room.
She's not
just gonna kind of again. Even when I'm passed out, still got a 19. I'm just gonna be like,
Uh,
where are you going?
I'm gonna insert that walk real quick. Like, why are you leaving so quickly?
I'll say stealth it, but you have to beat that insight, Eileen.
Alright.
And she-
26.
Oh, you are so full. You are enjoying yourself. Listen, man, that is the one time like your high ass checks got beaten.
Look, I wasn't gonna stop him. I was just gonna be like, well, where are you going?
Oh no! I meant for Ockham. Yeah. No. You do that, and that gives the perfect distraction for everyone to look at you for a second, not notice Eileen like tiptoeing away as you fall back asleep almost immediately. I didn't know she sleep talks.
She.
I feel.
I have nothing with you right now.
I feel it. I feel you there, honestly.
Just gonna look at her after like look at all the plates and just lean over to Ismark and just go.
Is it normal to watch somebody eat so much that you fear for your own life?
Coward.
I'm not only scared for my own life, but for my possible future, because I think this is just the beginning, and I'm worried that I'm the end.
You're gonna be so poor after all this.
Yeah.
You will not.
Yeah.
Your wolf will not keep up with her stomach.
Do you think that any of the meat that they gave her was human?
Yes, that one right there. They said so.
I'm gonna play it up with Ognev and be like,
I mean, look at all the trophies around us, right? Like, these are all the
don't-
things that Mordenkainen has done. Obviously, he's eliminated a few people here and
You
there.
don't think he would
He's
waste
disintegrated
food? would he?
people here.
Yeah, you think he would waste food? Come on, Bismarck.
And I mean, Amaris is part werewolf.
Excuse
so,
me.
I
It's
mean,
not. It's natural for her.
Excuse me, Mr. Unicorn, is there a bathroom nearby? Behind you.
Can I
he gets up just like fist bump Ognev.
one more
Yep.
verse just to add on to this.
Go for it.
White meat's the greatest.
Just gonna.
This sounds like Arcanev's safe.
Let's go! Yo, Ball, you hear that? We're now on the menu.
Immediately holding his mouth, Ismark runs to the other side of the room, into a wall, of course, where the bathroom is. Just he kind of shoulder checks it, and runs into the back, going into the bathroom.
Just like as he's just going back to sleep, there's just a smile on her face.
Welcome. I help you.
It's really nice in here, guys.
It's better the second time around, if it is, Mark.
Not the food. All right. Well, let's
Like
make
a
sure.
glass of whiskey and like doing cheers with him after
Cheers.
that.
Oh, this is good. What is
Fucking
this?
right? It's dragon's breath. I've never had it. It's fucking whiskey
I
makes
can
me
bring-
warm.
I can bring mist like fire like you.
It's fucking great. It's amazing.
As y'all step into your food comas, Eileen,
Yes.
I would, it'd probably be this one. Yeah, the end of the hall would probably be this one. As you get to the end of the hall and you get to the door that kind of leads out just straight forward, because there's the one that goes to the left and there's the one that goes to the right. The one at the end of the hall, you kind of get to. There's no signs of what they lead to. No plaques, no anything. There's just the door frame itself, and they all almost look identical. Before you kind of grab it and you turn, and just there's immediate sense of sensory as you start hearing the chirping of birds. You start feeling almost a natural like dusk kind of arriving into this place, but there's a faint, nice little glow that begins to illuminate as you enter in. Kind of a walk-in light, if you will. Eileen doesn't know what that is, but a walk-in light as it just kind of turns on to a natural kind of daylight looking. As you now see the ground itself, it's wooden and grass, but it's wood on top of grass. This is almost a garden of sorts. As you enter on in, there is two sets of different forms of beds over into the corner. You see kind of canopy beds and a large kind of master bed set in the kind of far left into this area. You see that all of the walls here, as you enter into this place, kind of give the effect of a sort of wooden, a wooden landscape kind of area. As you are now suddenly in the middle of a forest, as you start hearing more of the chirping, you start hearing little sounds of wooden critters. You hear a babbling brook almost, as you do see now water kind of going underneath one of the bridges towards the right of the room, in which you kind of see a little like almost pondish area there. And you actually see that the pond itself, however, is kind of raised up at the edge. And you see it's a bath that kind of sinks on in over to the side. There are many dressers and drawers. You can see a large kind of covering for the master bed set, and over onto the side where the hammocks are set, with kind of a canopy covering on both. And as it almost just looks like you're in a forest, as this room expands, you go over towards one of the walls, and as you kind of go, you kind of can see your shadow a little bit. And as you go forward, you touch. There's a barrier in between you and the continuation of the forest, but it looks like it goes on and on and on and on. And
See. Oh, go ahead, please.
and you can't help but for just a second clasp your hands together and put them up to your face in just excitement of this room. And as you do so, the lights dim. And you look around for a moment, and you clap again, and the lights illuminate again.
Clap on.
Okay, now question. Is this
Answer.
like... Is this a person? Is it not person? Is this like a bedroom made for multiple people? Because
It can house multiple, but yeah.
Because Eileen's trying to find like a one person kind of room.
There's 3 rooms at the moment. If you needed more to expand, or if you needed something else, you can ask. But currently, there's only 3 rooms. This has the 2 canopies, and it also has a master bed. So it can technically house 3, or if multiple people want to sleep in the master bed, 4. But yeah.
Okay. She's gonna eye this room. This is great. But she's gonna exit the room. Is there like a servant at the end of the hall or something?
You now see, as you kind of enter back out of the room, there is one that is now just kind of waiting for you at the other side of the hall. as you now start seeing they're starting to flow around. And this one would not be the cobra. This would be, let's see. This is another man with an elephant trunk and ears.
Okay. Hey, excuse me.
Yes.
Is there a room where it's only made for like one person? It's like that
The-
room, it's beautiful, but it's made for four.
There is none right now besides the master bedroom in the master study. However, I can ask if you wish to be accommodated.
Maybe not one person, maybe two.
The room you just exited from can house 2 easily, if you would like. Many of these rooms can house up to 3 people. Or more. Just comfortably, at least.
So that's the forest room. What are these other 2?
This one over here is more akin to those that wish to be more of the city life, but those in the higher echelon. Here you would have a view, as he points over to the one to the right. Here you would have a view of an overscaping city from a more of a aerial perspective. It is akin to that of a high-end workshop of a magician or a arcanist of that sorts.
Okay, I picked the best room. Thank you.
In the one over to the left here
Uh-huh.
is more akin of that to those of the nautical variety. In here we have views of the ocean. We have an underwater submerged den through that of a ship.
Get that room, man. Get that fucking room. Thank you. When they
My
come
pleasure.
by, let them know. But just let them know that that room, as she points behind, it's mine, okay?
Of course. Would you like me to explain any of the features, such as the illuminating lights, the spa, the sound effects that can play for when you need to sleep, such as the white noise or the critters?
She has a big, bright grin on her face and just nods. Yeah, come on. Let's explain everything. And she's gonna start walking to the room.
You can change the time of the day of the forest itself, and you can change it to where it's bioluminescent for lighting, regular shade lighting from tree canopy, light almost directly through and littler set of the leaves. You can change the time of winter, autumn, fall, etc. The spa itself is naturally heated, and you can adjust it using, there are buttons on the side of it. And it can also be used as a tub. The water can be drained out with this button to refresh the water if it ever needs to be. Besides that, you can also allow the inside to be interactive, such as that with lightning bugs, actual insects to make it feel like you're more camping. You can make it more rugged for yourself. You can make it raining. That's what the point of the canopy. There's a lot of different factors. Essentially, you can make it like you're outside.
Can you change some of the trees on the outside?
Of course.
Okay. First things first. We're gonna make this a nice summer atmosphere. But I want it to be at night.
At night.
At night.
Absolutely.
Nah.
I'm gonna have fireflies surrounding this area. And near the spa, actually no, near the bed, we'll have a really large willow tree.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And then Eileen will just say, "Thank you very much."
Of course.
I will take my bath now.
I will leave then. If you need me, please do not hesitate. I will be waiting out here. I will be the personal person to watch over your quarters.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Eileen's gonna make the bath hot as fuck.
Fire resistance, baby.
You can make it to the point where it can do burning damage. It's up to you.
Just a notch below burning damage.
Fair
So
enough.
I don't
Fair enough.
actually take like a point of damage. Just a notch.
Oh, that is hot and nice. Almost
Yeah.
geyser-esque temperature.
Uh,
All right. As for the rest of y'all over at your food coma station, is there any more foods you would like to entertain yourselves with, get, etc.? Would you like to go back to the abodes? Is there anything else you would like to do? Oh, I actually, sorry, I apologize. Right before then, I will also state another individual comes in. This person has, this person has deer antlers as they walk in, and they say, "I apologize, but Master Mordenkainen will be recovering for the time being. He apologizes for his earlier insistence on dinner and instead wishes to refer and speak to you all at breakfast, give you all a night's rest, and so on."
Can you ask Master Mordekainen if one particular person could go and check out his study, like I asked before?
Yes, for you, Ognev.
Yes.
He said he would be more than willing to tomorrow. However, if you wish to go earlier on and insist upon it, he will make arrangements towards dinner time. Is that all right with you?
Yes.
They just kind of give a nod. Then it will be done. Anything else I can help you with?
About how long until dinner?
You can have it whenever you wish. If you wish for standard dinner time, it would be more in 4 hours from now. Or at this point, actually, because you all ate so much, I'd say 3 hours from now.
Oh.
I mean, speak for themselves.
Let's see.
Mar, what would you eat for dinner?
Continue, Mars. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh no, I just gotta. At this point, I'm just gonna kind of look over at Ismark to say, Ismark,
Yes?
I am going to. I need you to come with me to our quarters.
Goodbye, Ismark. Nothing else knowing you.
For anyone that has seen the movie The Dictator, this man has just been told he is HIV Aladdin. and that's the only descriptor that you get.
If Ismark stands up, I'm gonna stand up with him and like do that grab on like the forearm and just be like, "It's been an honor, brother."
Just pat him on I'm gonna pat him on the back. Let it be known you will go down in history as the bravest man I know.
Yeah, Ismark the white meat. I like the sound of it.
Ismark the meated. Cooking.
Just
Mark the minced.
Ismark the butchered.
He just kind of puts a finger kind of up to both of you two and kind of opens his mouth as if he's about to say something and nothing's coming out before he looks at you two. Jokes can go too far. Okay.
We're just gonna kind of go over to his like kind of put like a finger on it in his mouth, just kind of shh. They're just gonna kind of drag it over.
And as soon as they're going, like he's
but before I leave the room, and just turn around. Don't leave me waiting for too long. So I'm just gonna head over to the room.
Right there.
Oh, there she goes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up.
That's copyright!
Oh,
Stop
there
that!
she
Copyright! How do you just come up with those things on the spot?
She's a man eater. Copyright! Hey! Peter! Hey!
Look, look, this is the one time that she is relaxed, and there is a lot of shit that's went on.
Rogue.
Mordenkainen.
You guys can talk at breakfast unless you wanted to try to talk beforehand. Aknev is going to try to schedule something as well beforehand. It's up to you. You can talk to one of the servants for that. Amaris, what room are you going into? There are the three. There's one at the end of the hall, and then one to the left, one to the right.
I'm gonna kind of just see before Ismark kind of rolls around. Gonna kind of like peer into each one, just look for the one that.
Excuse me. Sorry. The one at the end of the hall, Eileen has claimed it and is currently inside. Either of the other two are up for grabs at the moment, though. This is a message forward from Eileen. Go ahead.
Is there a room that's just meant for two?
No,
Roll.
they are all suitable for up to 3. However, you can have as little or as much of those as possible, or more. So if you wish, either of these could be for 2.
I'll take one of the rooms and he can lay on the message for Ismark to meet me in the room I go into, and tell the rest of them that not to disturb.
I will pass on the message. There is the more nautical room, as he points it out over to the left side, and then there is the more city-like room. The city-like room is a high gaze over a cityscape, while the nautical one is that of underwater.
Let's go with the nautical room.
All right. As you go into the nautical room, it's extremely dark upon entry. Only first then being illuminated by a set of lights that go onto windows that are set over onto this room itself. Circular kind of set windows. And as you're looking through, you can see on the other side a kind of deep blue that begins to only lighten up so much as you begin to see figures or something behind the window. But this room is boarded up completely. If you've ever been on the inside of a ship, this isn't isn't like a shipwright in the sense where you can still see kind of the bones of the ship itself. It's very covered, but there are kind of archways that do kind of attest to the design of such. There is hammocks over onto the side, kind of rope set in nature, but treated ropes, so they are much more set for comfort, as they have also a mat and a pillow onto them. There's a large kind of set bed to the end of this hallway, and as the light begins to illuminate more and more and showcase this room, you start seeing decorated dressings onto this room, onto both the edges of it and kind of the walls as the wallpaper is kind of set. And as you walk into, there's a painting at the end of the hallway, or sorry, at the end of the room nearby the bed that slowly starts to change, which looked like kind of a blank figure, goes into a painting of you looking out into the distance with a captain's hat on, holding on to some cloth at your chest, just looking very regal, adorned in almost an admiral's gear. And as the light continues to kind of shine out, as you look towards any of the windows, if you look out to any of them, you start to see schools of fish, kelp, bottom of oceans and seas, a beautiful reef ahead of you.
Just kind of look at the painting. Just... Oh, I love that.
It's a nice touch.
I'm just gonna kind of... Just gotta take a moment just to kind of look at the painting, just kind of... Actually... Can you... I wonder if that can change into someone else, or do they have to be in the room?
Whenever someone enters the room, they are added into the painting. The first person to enter in is the captain. I can rearrange that if you'd like.
No, the captain's fine.
The next person to come on in will be your first mate. Is that all right?
Perfect.
Oh my god.
Get it!
Perfect.
Perfect.
Is there anything else you would like to know about this room, or anything that I can help you with, such as changing the outside? You can adjust the ocean to be more further down underneath in deep waters, where you are currently, someplace inside of the plane of water itself. Or, if you just like to keep it bright, you can keep it bright. There's also a writing desk to log your journals and your travels over in the corner. And there is also, if you will, iconography as he closes the door, and on the other side there's kind of a steering wheel, which doubles up as another feature as he spins the wheel, and the door disappears into the room. It works as a lock as well. As they spin the wheel back up and open it, revealing the door once again.
It has everything. Wow. In terms of right now, I think we better take a moment to just explore the room itself.
Then enjoy yourself. I will pass on the message to anyone that comes in.
Thank you.
All right. Have a nice travel, Captain Amaris. As they go through the door.
Just like as it goes through the door, just. Oh, I love the sound of that. Pretty much mess with the room a little bit.
Okay, maybe I can get more Mars my knuckle adventure now. Maybe this is all I needed.
I'm just gonna kind of look through, just pretty much look through the entire, look through the room, kind of figure out all like the little gadgets and gizmos, and then after
Absolutely.
a bit, kind of set myself up on the bed.
All right, fair enough. You can set it to whatever you wish to. We can describe it as someone comes in, if you would like.
We don't have to go
okay,
that
you don't gotta,
far.
okay. All right, I was just saying how you set the room is what I was gonna say. I didn't mean like
Oh,
that.
how I
Don't
set
worry.
the room. Okay.
Yeah. No, we're not describing that.
Okay, I was about to say.
No.
Wanted to be clear.
We're not that kind of stream.
Wanted to be clear.
That's fair. All right.
No, in terms of setting the room, I mean, for the most part, I mean, I wouldn't go that deep. I'd probably say like the level of light level like we got from swimming in like the pond in Kresik. Like I'd say around like that kind of light level, and then having like fish native to
All right.
that.
Then you have a nice light set that kind of shines down, not only into the room but also at the bottom. You can kind of see kind of the ripples that the light effect has on the waves at the top. It's very nice.
All right. Yeah, probably set it to that. Like maybe have like since I mean like Bartok is like is that fresh? I mean the lake in Crest is like fresh water, right?
You guys haven't really checked, so don't know. But all you know is it's probably fresh due to the fact that it's in a lake. And also it's very deep and dark, so it's really hard to tell for anything.
Okay, well, we're just gonna have let's just if we can have in terms of deciding the types of fish, we just have freshwater fish, just kind of swimming around.
Easy enough. You've definitely seen a fish or two, or hundreds, both in your own home and abode or into the coast whenever you've gone. You can easily get in some fish in there. But yeah, as they kind of start swimming around in schools, that you kind of notice them as they kind of go by. They even mark some of the lights, and it kind of makes a shadow appear when you just when they pass through the window into the room. It's just nice and lovely, magical even. All right. With that, how's the rest of our crusty crew? How's boys' night going at the table?
So, Morrow is Mark.
You have to tell me if you're kidding. You have to tell me if you're kidding now. It's getting to the point where it's not even funny anymore.
I have no reason to lie to you about the situation. But I will say pacify her enough she won't have to eat you.
No, I genuinely don't know if we're gonna see you in the morning.
You think I can pacify that woman? She
think
will kill me!
I think if you lay on the moose correct...
What the hell was that?
I don't know. Looks behind us.
I'm not getting involved in this. This is a personal matter.
Fair. I never asked Mara. Do you have anyone waiting for you at home? Any wives, husbands, lovers?
I'm not married.
Any lovers?
I'm pretty sure anybody who's waiting for me at this point has died.
Not a happy thought.
Did you have a past lover, someone that you're fond of, that you might remember. I'd love to hear this story. Something less about the time in the war.
Didn't fight in the war.
You know what I mean?
So I don't think you'll be interested, but I'll say it anyway. I had been on assignment. I had been on a multi-year assignment of guarding a VIP of sorts, and we had a good relationship. We just happened to be, when I first moved to where I would move to the place that I would, start working, me and her, we met and, we talked and we became friends. They were one of the first people I'd become friends with, and we'd known each other for years now, and I thought to confess my love and whatnot, and I'll never forget what happened afterward, where I was denied, and he married another man, and I had to be there at the wedding and guard this man, and guarding her, and I've been doing that for about and I'd been doing that for years. Right before I got sent here, actually. Well, not right before I got sent here, but that was the last sort of like non-quests I'd done before here. So it's I kind of not like to think about it, because there are it's best not to dwell on that matter.
But I'm sorry to hear that, Mara.
I'm sorry, man.
But cheers to the good times that you had before that, at least.
Yeah, to the good times. Good times.
Yeah.
Just gonna drink some. But yeah, no, Ismark, that's a personal matter. I'm sure you'll be fine. I've not known Amaris to be a cannibal.
You've seen the werewolves in the cave, though.
You know
Just
what?
remember, it's always in her.
You know what? She even said, "Don't keep her waiting." I think my chances are worse the longer I wait here. So I'm gonna
I'm
go
just gonna before you go. Listen, remember, just behind the ear. Okay, so every time I'm gonna use Bardic Inspiration to hopefully give him some inspiration on what to do next.
Wow.
You fuck.
I feel so weird about this. I'll
Oh my god.
Thanks.
Guys, leave it. Oh my god, guys.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. My gosh. Leave him alone.
Thanks for the tip. And he's gonna walk away.
It's all in good fun.
He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's got it.
You shouldn't kind of elbow Dawn. You should be keeping your friend waiting. Probably doing something.
Usually when she goes off, she wants to be alone.
I don't think so tonight.
Sort of like thinks about that for a second. It's like,
You have a nice
huh.
bed. You ate good food. I put my hands on the shoulders. It would be really opportunistic to take advantage of this lovely establishment. If you know what I'm saying, buddy.
Thor's just gonna stand up and be like, I'll talk to you guys later.
Right behind the
Johnny's
tail.
fine.
Right, too late. Too late. Right behind the tail. By the
He's
inspiration.
gonna
Let's
leave.
see.
He's gonna leave.
60 feet. You can't run fast enough.
My man's just giving out verbal blue pills. Like, remember to keep it up.
Thor's just gonna go find Eileen.
Just gonna nod over to Thorn. Later.
Yeah. And he's gone.
All right.
He's gonna go find her.
Aknev, Maro, y'all just wanna. You can either wait here. Dinner will be in a couple hours. You can head to your rooms, whatever it may be. I just want to know where, or what you guys are doing, essentially.
I'm gonna go for Mordecai then.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Maro.
I'm going to sit at this table because there's something I want to ask Gabriel.
Okay.
And Mara, as I'm kind of walking out, not kind of looking towards them.
Yeah.
From everything I've seen on a little journey, I think anyone would be lucky to have you. Just remember that. All right, old man.
Right.
Enjoy your walks and your bread. As I'm going to go find, hopefully, Mordecai.
Okay. Maro, you wanted to ask Gabriel something? Go ahead.
Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
When you... A thorn has no soul.
That is what we believe.
If I lost my soul, what happens to you?
That is something I've been wondering myself. We saw what happened with Rose, at least. I don't know if I would stick around or not. I don't know what I'd latch on to. I have now become whole from your adventures and your slaying of that other side of me. Could I sustain myself? Possibly. Or would I be succumbed to floating back up? Or worse, would I come back? I don't know.
There are many people in Barovia who do not have souls. They were never born with them. And when these mists clear, they will die.
That is a possibility. It is one that I do not have evidence of, though. My time as just a soul has been limited, and I believe I'm a special case. I do not know what will happen to the others.
I've been keeping this to myself for a while, but I have thought of only 2, maybe 3 things. One, at the very least, Strahd will meet his end. His permanent end. One way or the other. He will no longer be in Barovia. 2, I'm going to try and see if I can give those people souls, at the very least, from the mists. The many souls hiding in there. At the very least to survive. And 3, if I can't give them souls and releasing the mists causes them to die, and we have no other options, then I will take responsibility and close the mists permanently. Stay here if I have to.
If that is your wish, I will happily stand by your side and help you in any way I can.
Okay.
I'm sworn to you, Morrow. I will do all I can.
It is not my wish, but it is my responsibility. And I'm just going to sit and stare out at the head of the table.
Staring out at this nearly 50-foot long banquet hall, now with food that essentially has been mostly consumed or half-eaten or such. The servants are coming back to remove the plates that no longer have attendance to them. And you are just kind of left as you stare out to the distance, only interrupted every occasionally by one person going, "Are you sure that's all you wish?" Over
You
and
can't
over again. They
fathom
just
it.
can't. They just they seem almost desperate. But
Sure, that's all you wish.
as you remain steadfast, going back over to the rooms, Ismark would have been first. As you hear some noise coming out to the other side of the door, Amaris, with your super hearing. Just this one here? Yes, that would be it. Okay, thank you. You hear the doorknob kind of turn, and the door begins to open up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
At this point, I probably would have just shifted the position over to the journal. So I'd probably be at the journal at this point.
Over at the okay, got it. Over at the desk with the journal on it. Got it. Hello? Oh. Hey, Mars.
Hey.
The elephant out there told me you'd be here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Come over here for a second.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Let me close the door.
And then, like, as
mhm.
he closes it, I kind of just go over to the steering wheel, just turn it as the door begins to recede into the wall.
Oh. That's where the door.
It's locked. It's still there. See, as I go to turn it, and the door returns.
Oh, okay. All right. That's amazing. This. Speaking of this place is amazing. Actually, this whole room is strange.
Just turns it to lock it again. Just
Mhm.
this. Like,
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just like, as I've been here, just kind of waiting. I kind of thought for a second. Been through a decent amount, even though it's only been probably a month, maybe even a bit longer than that.
It's been a few 10 days, yeah.
Just came from a lot. Like, both you and I. First, for myself, I was a bit more focused on I was a bit more focused on why I was sent here and how it's my duty to be here and try to do my best here. for you was ensuring that you keep yours that you find close safe, even against all odds in this horrid. I'm not even going to call this a kingdom, in all honesty. Now we're just something completely different. Not just us, of course, but all of us. Just a group of talents, is how you put it. It is different.
Things have changed. Mostly for the better, but things have changed.
Mm-hmm. It's just kind of taking the time, just written. It's kind of just gestures to the journal, which now has writing on just like essentially almost like the beginning of the adventure, before we even got into Barovia. Or at least the starting of the beginning, as it's not enough time to even get that completely filled out.
Mm-hmm.
Before we even arrived here, we were dealing with rather interesting circumstances as well. Fought an owl bear.
Right. The thing you all told me about. The thing you weren't joking about. The bear owl thing.
Yeah, it's strange. In all honesty, I don't know why. Don't know why that was even decided to make something like that, but neither here nor there. It's just we've been through a lot on this journey. Starting from even outside as well as inside this area. Strahd not giving us even a moment of rest. From when we first arrived to the entire situation in the village of Barovia, to the constant leadership change in Velaki, and now the red wedding of Krezik. Not to mention dealing with, at least at the moment, dealing with Baba Saga. And having to deal with Morgantha. It's just what's happening.
It's a lot to handle. It's more than people should handle.
Yeah, I mean, the average person, of course, but
Right. Sorry. You're anything but average.
I mean, you aren't either.
I'm getting there.
You're far from average, Bismarck.
Well, thank you.
And yeah, there's just kind of a smile. He just kind of looks down a little bit and just shrugs one shoulder, but just kind of looks over at you. Yeah, no, he
Isn't
doesn't.
he above average?
Well, no. It's more of a you said it. I'll take it. But no.
And in this group of tiefling, a man with necrotic arms and energies, who now is missing an eye and may or may not have made a deal with the potential fiend. man who took over a body of a very powerful necromancer. A paladin who doesn't know which deity he struck his oath with, but still falls
Ismark's just
in
nodding.
nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
And a cleric of Sume that is a werewolf as well. And then there's a man who has borne witness to the horrors of a completely other dimension and still is able to smile at the end of the day.
There's a very soft smile that he kind of gives you, but he kind of looks down. And your passive insight can tell he appreciates it, but he's not happy about this.
Yeah. No, that's not. I know that's not something. I'm not saying this in terms of comfort. I know that. I'm just realizing the situation as a whole.
No, I get it. I appreciate it. I just think sometimes you give me too much credit. But for tonight, I'll accept that.
I don't think I am, but at least let's leave it off there.
Okay.
For now, though, you say, just kind of put my hands on your shoulder. Have a duty to fulfill.
Oh,
As I'm gonna gesture over to the painting.
As he looks at it, he kind of squints for a second and asks, "Did you paint that yourself?" As there is still you in the captain's outfit, as you're just looking ahead and kind of holding on to like a medallion or something kind of at your chest, where there's kind of like a cloth and a scarf in this admiral outfit. And right next to it is a painting of Ismark with kind of a round set kind of buoy hat. I can't remember what they're called, but it's like the mermaid boy, you know? Like, what was it called? Barnacle boy hat kind of thing right there, with kind of an ascot and the striped kind of shirt as he's saluting out in the distance of where you're looking at, as he's just like standing there both nobly and a little humbly. Did you paint that?
Shakes her head. Please, I don't know how to paint that well.
That's just, you're talented in all other things. I didn't know if that was a thing or not. But what is about this duty now?
So I'm just gonna look at him. You must make sure that the captain has all of her needs attended to. And I shall do the same for my first mate.
He looks over at the painting, looks back at you, eyes widen a little, looks back at the painting, looks back at you. Captain.
I love this.
Just laughs a little bit at that.
Was that bad? I should have used my D10. I mean, I think that's smart.
The role playing right now while role playing is going crazy.
As I'm just gonna pull him over, and then just fade to black.
Fade to black. Yeah. All right. Wow. As that happens, Thorn, as the realization comes over to you and you start heading out through, you see a door close at the distance and then suddenly disappear into the wall. And as you approach, a man in an elephant kind of mask, kind of with the tusk and the ears, kind of approaches and goes, there's only one room left. That is the one over to the right, as the one on the left has been claimed by Amaris and Ismark, and the one in the far end has been claimed by Eileen.
Oh, that's perfect. I was actually looking for Eileen.
Oh, then she is in there. Would you like me to get her, or would you like to go in yourself?
I think I can handle it.
All right. They just kind of nod and like move to the side and let you in. You can go ahead to the door.
Yeah, we'll go knock on the door.
Eileen, you hear a knock as you are inside of the spa.
Who is it?
It's me.
And then she'll gasp, and then she'll get out of the bath.
Gasp!
I'm not decent.
Just a minute!
She'll walk over to the door.
All right.
Is there anyone with you?
Check around me. Aside from the elephant man.
Yeah, who's looking the other direction to see if anyone else comes by. But no, your gaggle of friends are still at the dining table at this moment in time.
No, just the mask guy. I don't know his name.
Okay.
The head turns for a second. You can refer to us by our features. For example, I am Fanny. For elephant.
Okay. Fanny.
They kind of give you a nod and then they look back in the distance the other direction.
It's like I'm getting overwhelmed.
Okay, good. Just get in quickly, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
She's gonna open the door. She'll be behind the door though.
Okay. He'll quickly enter.
And then she's gonna close it and go, "Oh, thank goodness!" And she's gonna walk back to the spa.
We like, what is anything? Sorry. Quickly like turn the other direction.
What? Something wrong? She'll stop as she's like going to the spa.
No, nothing wrong at all. Just I didn't know you were less than clothed at the moment.
Oh well, I'm comfortable with you, so it's fine. And she'll walk back to the spa.
Like awkwardly turn back and be like, yeah, comfortable. Yeah.
If you see her as she's getting in, you'll probably notice she has tons and tons and tons and tons of scars on her body. And maybe one that looks a little differently, as it looks like a religious symbol at the base of her spine.
He'll take off some of his stuff, not stripping down, but just some of his armor, and then go and sit by the spa, and just say, what's that?
This is a forest,
No, thank you. The mark at the base of your spine. It's different from the other scarring. I can assume what that is, but that one I don't recognize.
Oh. She'll kind of reach around and feel it as she's like sinking into the water. That was something that my parents tried to do when they got me, and they tried to revert me back to a human because they believed that I was a devil incarnate, so that hasn't really gone away.
Sorry, I didn't know.
It's fine. I mean, it didn't work, you know?
Yeah, I'm glad.
If you want, you can come in. It's really hot though, so like I can handle it. I just don't know if you can cuz you're human.
He'll think for a second, and then think of when he was in hell. And he'll say, I'll give it a go. And he'll strip down too and get in.
And she'll look away cuz she's nervous.
Oh, it's hot.
Yeah.
But my boy got fire resistance, remember?
I
Only when
do
he's-
fire
oh,
resistance.
do you currently have did you go into the spa with raging desire?
Oh shit, that's what I wanted.
You do not have fire
He
resistance.
has to hold that shit,
He has to
bro.
have it
He
equipped
can
on him. He has to have it
he
equipped.
can just get, sunscreen at that point. I thought that was different. Some bullshit.
Just walks in with raging desire.
Oh, why'd you bring Raging Desire?
I need
The
it.
sword
I need
stays
it.
on.
It's too hot if I don't have him.
Silent just listening.
He'll stay there for a second and grit his teeth.
Do you
Does he feel like he would take damage from this if he stays
No,
there for
no, no,
too
no,
long?
no. But
Okay.
you know, like you know when it's like guys and girls have their different sets of hot. You're on the
Yes.
you're on yeah you're on the for like a good 20 seconds before you can
Okay.
finally like get that like in there.
Yeah, he'll just grit his teeth for that little bit. He'll be like, "Yeah, it's it's real hot in here. It's great."
do you
Love
want me
it.
do you want me to turn it down?
No, no, it's fine. It's fine. You, the lovely you were here first. Enjoy your bath. I will enjoy your bath. And-
She, she'll have like a And where is the thing to adjust the setting for heat?
It's over onto the side. It's basically kind of covering next to like a tree stump. You can just adjust it easy.
I'm gonna adjust it so it's comfortable.
Yeah. It's no longer boiling warm hot, but it's still nice warm for you.
Okay.
And yeah, but for you now it's warm hot, but it's fitting. It's fitting
Yeah.
for both of y'all.
Okay.
It's alright,
Oh.
I've had my time to soak.
It's fine. Yeah. I thought I've gotten used to the heat. Turns out it's not quite.
Are you still tired?
You mean like from yesterday?
Just in general? From what you told me about yesterday?
I mean, yeah, that's not really gonna go away until this is all over, but I don't know. Yesterday, and despite the annoyance of Strahd's appearance today, it's there's been some nice moments that have been good points of respite for me.
Was this
If you're
a
asking
nice
how
moment?
I feel good. What?
Was this a nice moment?
This is a great moment.
She'll smile at that.
He'll get a bit closer to her and just be like, I really appreciate you. And I feel like I never get enough time to say it or show it. Just considering everything that's been going on. And with recent events, since we have some time here to ourselves, I'd like to at least show how much I appreciate you.
you gonna order more food? Do
We
you want
can do
whiskey?
that too. I'm good on the alcohol right now.
Sure. Yeah, I'd really like that. What are we
Okay.
doing? You have to
Thor like
realize
stops
she
for
don't
yeah.
know.
No, Thor like stops for a second and he's like it's like
Ooh.
he's gonna kiss her on the cheek and then just say,
Like you've said, you've never done this before, but if you're willing, I can take the lead and show you.
Give me a second, dog. Hold on.
"That's canon." She said that. He's
Give me a second.
Yours
Hey,
is
what's up,
melting.
Doc?
That was what I expected to hear.
The
Hey,
character.
give me a
is-
second, dog.
the-
Hey, I'll
the
give me a
person-
second.
The person is melting.
How's it going, dude?
How's that going?
she'll like she'll have a face of like confusion and then realization and then immediate blush. And then she'll just kind of like have a goofy ass fucking grin and then she'll just look at you and just do a nod. And then fade to black.
Fade to black. And
Let's
Fireflies.
go.
At Fireflies?
Do not believe.
'cause
Oh
there's
yeah, because of the
Fireflies.
forest thing. Oh,
Fireflies,
that's so
yeah.
fucking cool.
Firefly.
Yeah. Ocnev,
Copyright.
Hi.
you wanted to go talk.
Bro!
You wanted to go speak to Mordenkainen, correct?
Yeah.
You can go towards the study area in which where him and Van Richten have been this entire time, of just kind of the straightforward area where the intersection is. And as you go towards it, you do see that there is a servant on the outside, the one with the elk ears, just kind of staring out forward as you approach. Is there anything I can help you with?
I'd just like to know if Mordecai would be able to speak to me about allowing me to use his study for the time being.
He had suggested to do that around dinner. Are you trying to ask for it now?
Dinner is in a few hours from now, yeah?
3 hours, yes.
3 hours. Then I'll wait till I tear and wait from.
Would you like me to bring you a seat or something in the meantime?
No, I'll sit on the floor.
Very well. As you sit down on the floor, as Morrow sits at the head of the table, as the rest of the people fade to black, we're going to go on our first break here for the night.
Woo!
Congratulations, y'all.
I
You
can't
did
get
it.
to get bone tonight.
Let's go. I wasn't
Truly,
gonna
there is a contrast.
I wasn't gonna roleplay it either, but that was actually pretty funny about that too. I
Guys,
forgot about.
We all got laid. All of us.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Also, it was two people's first time for the night.
No way.
Is Mark
I
is
know.
Mark's a non-cherry pop boy.
Oh.
Didn't really
It's
get
like
along
they
with
got-
people at the place, so you know.
Bro, this man ain't got no girlfriend, but for Amaris, man, he was taking care of his sister, bro. That's all he did.
Yeah, bro was a Karen, man. He didn't got time for that, because if he slipped for 1 second, like there goes Irina.
We're gonna go to our scheduled break now.
Ismark totally cried after that happened. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys had a nice break. Sorry it took a little bit long. That is my fault. I had to go for something real quick, but we are back. Got about another a little over an hour, and yeah, we'll get this thing rolling. All right.
Woo!
Woo! Last we left off, the Talons themselves were enjoying the pleasures of the mansion itself, and then got involved in some other pleasures. While Maro waited and thought about what to do about the situation at the dining table, and Oknev wanted to continue onward to further or preemptively speak to Mordenkainen before their events in the morning for breakfast. With that, we'll continue back from where we last left off, and I'll say if everyone's cool with it, we're just gonna get ready for dinner time. Is everyone cool with skipping 4 hours for
I
that?
believe Charles wanted to, Salt wanted to speak with Ben.
Which is at dinner time.
At dinner
Which
time?
is why I've skipped. Yeah, which is why. Yeah, because he asked, did you want to try to do it earlier, and then he said because he had to ask to do it at dinner.
Oknev left so you could be with your thoughts tomorrow.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
Mm.
I thought you were leaving also to like go talk with Ben or something.
No, he that was the excuse to do.
All right. So 4 hours will go by then.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
All right, as everyone
Sure.
we love 4 hours going by. As everyone does their due. Oknev, you what?
What happened? The fuck was
As everyone is, Oknev, you wait a couple of hours until eventually the individual who, by the way, has also kind of not moved and just kind of stayed here with you, the one with the deer antlers, or sorry, the elk antlers. Yeah. They kind of take a second and they turn to go on in as he turns to you for a moment and says, "It is dinner time," and he opens the door and kind of walks in for a moment and kind of shuts it behind for right now. But about 40 seconds goes by before the door opens back up. He's willing to see you now.
fair. Thank you.
Of course.
And I'll go see the man, the myth, the legend.
They continue opening up the door for you as you kind of continue onwards. And as you walk into this quote unquote study, it's more than you anticipated. First thing of note, I suppose, is the walls of this place are that of a library. It is a rounded circular dome-esque room that has a vast library here with staircases and ladders onto the sides to go up because this library goes from the bottom floor, or is, I guess at the floor, all the way to the top of the ceiling here. It kind of curves around and goes around a centrical piece, which we'll get to in a minute, where it has like an upward going staircase to get to the top, where you can swear you see furnishings of a desk of sort at the edge of it. There's also a door that leads to another room seemingly behind this whole place, whether it be the master bedroom or more on the inside. Moron. No.
Like, damn, what did I do?
Moron.
I was like,
Yeah, look
fuck,
at all
right.
these books. You dumb as hell. There's also books over here.
I realized
look,
when I
you
said it,
can't read.
I was like, there's more on the inside. No.
Yeah, sure.
Subtle messages that your DM hates you. No?
Bro, I've been knew that. Don't worry.
Sorry. And
No, you ain't.
along with that, there are some breaks in the bookcases over to the sides and to the corners where you see busts of our friend Mordenkainen, either in a thoughtful pose or an elegant pose of sorts. One where he's just kind of staring out forward and kind of holding onto his chin and stroking the small set beard that he has kind of in front of him, with a curved eyebrow. While the other one is him. The other one is him almost in a eureka pose, just as a aha, like a moment of elevation of that.
I
of height.
understand now.
Yes, exactly. Now, however, the biggest thing in this room and that dominated your view of it, but I want to save it for last, is in the center. There is, you don't even know how to describe it, but I can describe it to the player at the very least. There's a
Oh, yeah.
round cylindrical piece at the center of this room that is the base of this massive centerpiece. The circular base kind of has almost a shimmer onto the top of it, almost holographic in nature, or hologram-esque. And in the center of it is a giant, massive gyroscope with more pieces than your standard gyroscope that is constantly maneuvering and turning and setting into place. Some are very jagged, like clockwork pieces, like it goes from position 1 to position 2 suddenly to position 3 suddenly, you know, and so on and so forth, but it stops on each one kind of breaking, while other pieces of the gyroscope are just slowly rotating smoothly. Like if you've ever seen like the balls in water that just slowly spin for forever because the water's perpetually moving them,
Yeah.
but they're not touching. Yeah, but it's also causing them to float and there's no friction.
That's cool.
And then in the center, there's almost this blue kind of crystal that's kind of spinning with it. Now, this piece alone would be rather interesting. However, you're noticing something important about this. The dome up above. The dome up above illuminates to that of a nighttime sky, but specifically that of pointing out places of constellations and pieces of that kind of factor. And as you kind of look up, and as this piece begins rotating or moving, the night sky changes and shifts to another set of constellations, and so on and so forth. Make me a history check.
Oh no. Well, y'all can't be good at everything.
Nope.
Boom.
Oh, that was
20.
pretty good at that, though. Every once in a while, you can make out configurations of the stars themselves as it continues on, but it's at points you start losing it, and not to the point of like, oh, I've never seen that constellation before, but you start going, why would that even be a constellation? That I don't recognize that creature. I don't recognize these things. Why is it shaped like this? Why is it go? And you're starting to slowly realize some of these constellations might not be of your realm. This might be a ever-shifting map of the stars in the distance.
Cool.
Suddenly you feel an impending sense of presence just from this room alone, and the idea that someone would need this in the first place.
No, that's exactly what I need. I mean, sorry. Exactly what I would want.
As now you suddenly notice at the top end of the study itself, over now at the desk, they seemingly walked in while you were absorbing the room. Is there something I can help you with now? You wanted to use this study. Go ahead.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm honest, the food has left me quite full. I don't think I can eat anymore. However, I am curious beyond belief to see what marvels you've brought into this world here. And I'm hoping you would let a novice like me see such things, see such wonder.
You wish to observe my collection?
I wish to read and study it, yes. If that's not too much to ask, of course. I don't want to, intrude.
It is. However, I can begin you off with certain titles that are more appropriate for your venturing, however, you were the one... He pauses for a moment and thinks back on the previous session that we had, in which you were able to name the... what was
Mind
it?
blank.
Mind blank, yes.
Yes, I remember.
You were rather astute. We'll start you with what I believe should be your level. If you're thinking at least for spellcraft, or were you suggesting a different topic? Possibly one with those, well... He kind of points over to you.
The gauntlets?
No, the markings.
Something about... Yeah, I was wondering if you can a little bit more about this, but I have other ideas. Mainly spellcraft, and there's something I saw in here in Barovia that caught my interest. A friend of mine had used their blade, or was using the way to conjure a small pocket dimension like this one in the
Mhm.
heart of Barovia itself. I want to replicate that.
A pocket dimension inside of Barovia.
Yeah. They use this sword as their, how you say, anchor point.
Ah, you wish to impose upon to a land with your own. Okay. All right. Well, that is different. That is different than this pocket dimension here. This is creating a space inside of what is already existing. While this is my own abode, you are trying to conjoin them, is what you are speaking to me of.
In a way.
That's different, and that is something of high level. I'm going to ask this now, though. Why?
Well, Strahd's always speaking of tied to the land, tied to Barovia. I want to take off that home turn advantage and put him in a place where he can't have so much of a connection. I want to make sure that he feels unsafe.
There's something you must know about the mist itself. The mist itself does not abide by the changes that you wish to permit into it. More than likely without some form of, well, rather impressive casting that, no offense, I've just not seen out of you at this moment in time. You would not be able to make your changes permanent.
I don't need permanent.
Then that is easier. He just kind of looks at you for a moment from like where you stand, and notably, he is like at an elevated position, kind of looking down towards you a good 5 or so feet.
Say again? Sorry,
He
someone came to my room.
Oh, you're good. He's looking at you from an elevated perspective, like about 5 feet above you, kind of just looking and thinking. You can see like it going kind of through his head. Make me a persuasion check.
All right. I've pulled off many 32. I pulled off many little tricks and trades and people didn't really think I could do. But give me time, I can make a miracle happen.
He kind of takes his finger up into the air and pulls down 3 books from the wall and layers them out onto the studying desk. You'll have 3 hours, 1 hour for each of the books.
Good enough for me.
Well, good luck with you. I will be sharing this room with you. However, I will be doing some other matters that I need to attend to now that I have the moment. Until then, if there's anything else that you need, my servants are at the ready. And if there's anything you need from me, make it quick. There is a lot that needs to be done before tomorrow. And although my mental is coming back to me, there still is a lot to balance out. As he kind of gets to the edge of the now kind of spinning structure into the center, and you see him kind of put his hand down and kind of raise it as another like mechanical piece comes out from within the edges of this piece. And out of it is kind of a ring that he kind of takes out, splits into 2, puts his hands into for cuffs, and starts maneuvering this device as the shifting of the light changes a lot, making it harder to study, but it won't be permanent in always. And as you just see him kind of doing that, you see just his hands are moving, the space is moving, and the constellations slowly become images and pieces, and you start seeing actual like almost starry nights like ahead of you.
I was going to ask that actually. I noticed when I was looking up at the ceiling that some of these constellations I've never seen before, and I've done my stargazing from time to time. But I'm wondering, can you see the night sky of other realms?
Not even looking up at you, but just kind of maneuvering and still focusing and moving on. Not just of other realms. That would be limiting me in many capacities here. This here is to spy onto the recesses of realms. Have you ever heard of what the far realms are?
Yes.
Then you are one of very few. As he starts maneuvering it. Yeah, deception, 31, fair enough. Yeah. Then you are one of the very few. And I do not respect going any further without proper, as he starts moving in, there's kind of a holding piece for a second. Knowledge.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Dreams are a way into the far realms at times. Wouldn't recommend it once again. Do you know of realm space?
I do, actually, yeah.
You are aware. You gonna deception roll that too?
I'm gonna insight to see if he just said that to make me look stupid. I'm a deception.
First? Realm space? What the hell is realm space?
34.
Yeah, I know what realm space is.
Of course I do.
I expected as much as you are a stargazer yourself. As he starts moving on over. And the night sky changes once again.
Damn.
Then this is something special then for those of you that stargaze. You see that star right there?
Yes.
That is a stored away elder evil, not just a star. The former demigod Nihil resides inside there, ever burning.
Interesting. How did you... Well,
I didn't.
how did they start my way? Oh. Who did?
That is more than you need to know for now. As he kind of takes the sky and starts beginning to move it, I just thought I'd give you that gift as another thank you for saving me. However, once again, these things are, well, these things are things you have to give your life away for to pursue. I wouldn't recommend it. Stick to your idea of domains.
Do you regret it? Going so far?
He holds on out. No, I don't. Because if I didn't, no one else will. As he starts moving the planes again. Go ahead.
I feel that.
As he kind of moves it forward, you kind of see it like centering and centering and centering before there's just kind of an eye that pops up into the sky and kind of looks down. Oh. Good to see Mother's still doing good. Before he kind of shuts the space off again. I'll leave you to it. Glad to see Mother's doing well, is what he said. Before he shuts it back down. I'll leave you to it. I will leave you to it now. I have other matters to attend to, now that I've confirmed a couple of things. And as he says that, you kind of think, like, is he bullshitting you still? Because he just kind of looked at the sky for a bit, at least as far as you can think. Like, what could you have gotten from that, besides the eye, maybe? But yeah.
Can I try to get something? Can I arcane this?
You wouldn't have this knowledge.
Fair, but maybe Pramod does.
Honestly, probably not. Let me think.
Damn, Pramod.
Would Pramod even? No, this is some deep stuff that he's looking into right now.
No, I get you. I just thought, Mr. I'll provide the table with no something. Wow.
I'll let you roll, but it's not gonna be anywhere near the slightest of easy to see if Pramod even has a thing.
Bro, don't worry, I got this. 22.
Not enough.
That's fine. Okay, yeah. I don't count this. I lied.
Yeah, this is at least for what he's doing and for how he's looking at it, for just everything that's going on with this machine, you can maybe assume that the user itself has, when they're connected in through the gauntlets, maybe they have a better understanding or a better bracelet. And something especially about the eyeball and the, at least Mother's good, like everything is just hitting you of just like, there's definitely, you're sure now he's not bullshitting you.
Yeah, of course.
but you can't grasp what he was trying to officially do. There's just too much. All right. You, however, are going to start working on your attempts at expanding one's domain. Now, I have a
Technically.
question for you. Is this about what you messaged me, or is this about
No, this what I
the
messaged you has
spell?
nothing to do with this.
Okay, this is the
But
okay. Got it.
what I'm going to do in secret,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna take out the other book and what not I'm going to cross-reference. I'm looking to see if I can figure out anything about this fucking worm. Because if knowledge about
from these
weird
books?
beasts, yeah, if knowledge about weird beasts, the
Hmm.
worm's got to be in here.
It wasn't knowledge about weird beasts. These 3 books were specifically on the
I-
attempts of trying to expand the domain.
In the library, I mean, I'm going to focus on the
Oh.
domain now. But like
Oh,
down the line, I'm looking if I have any extra free time. I'm looking for books on like weird beasts because if anyone has it, it's Mordecai and Tome of Beasts. I'm just throwing it out there.
You do find a book about beasts very early on, very easily. You go to reach for it, and your hand just touches it, and very similar to Mario 64 on the paintings, your hand goes right through it.
So I have to do. Okay, I'll have to ask later then.
Yeah, he gave you very specific knowledge and said, "This is not a library. This is what I can give you."
Fair.
He has a back end for that one.
Then that's fine. I'll figure it out later.
All right.
Just gotta wait for him.
If you needed to call him, because he said if you need to talk to him directly, or if you
No,
can talk to the servants.
I won't interrupt his thing. I'm gonna let him.
Okay.
Go do his talk.
So are you trying to cross-reference the book that you have with the domain expanding books that you have?
I'm just gonna domain expand book first, and then everything else after.
All right. Make me an Arcana check. I'll give you 2 attempts.
Right,
This is you to try to kind of get an idea and grasp the idea of expanding one's
14.
Yeah. So the idea of kind of pursuing this this presence in which you're able to put upon a plane your own presence is a great and vast idea, let alone when it comes to even just through regular realms. However, there are so many forms of this by changing it through plants, through different forms of weathering, or anything in that comparison. But to put one's presence onto a place is usually of higher magics or of higher artifacts in that regard. And it is a very, very difficult thing to progress into. You've already kind of learned this, but what you didn't know that's kind of getting you there at the very least is temporary placement is very different from the permanent aspect. The permanent aspect obviously can last till the end of time or until someone else adjusts, changes, dispels, whatever it may be. Temporary placement is almost akin to that of forms of teleportation, but not exactly. And these were originally ideals of what the gods did for their placement, for their pieces of creation onto this world and this earth. Some grew it, but some transported. This is actually a very non-common known thing in the book that you're given. This is a very high-level book for this, so this is completely something that would just kind of pop up and you'd be like, oh, didn't know that. Which is why it's very common for pieces of gods or pieces of higher entities, demigods, maybe even elder evils like the man had mentioned. Mordecai had mentioned before he left. So that is a factor. This might be a religious pursuit along with a pursuit of magic. That's the first thing you get.
Okay. If it's religion, I'm not that bad at it. All right. What's the next? I got one more roll, right?
That is another arcane roll. This is basically your 3 hours of studying. That was the first hour and a half.
I'm an ancientologist, my last one.
All right.
Come on. I need this. Give me power.
Give me.
Not 20. I saw that one, but we didn't get that one. We got 26, baby.
26.
Oh, thank God.
Something's a problem the entire time you're going through with this. You can't find anything that hasn't been saying that what you want to do can be done without a piece of an artifact of some sorts. You know, at the very least, well, the way that it originally had occurred, it happened with Osibus. It happened with the
Yeah,
sword.
the sword.
That is how he was able to put his domain, his presence into this place, if you will. And you think, I'm screwed without something like that. I need something. This book hasn't shown that it could do that. The bracers haven't shown that they can do that. What can I do for that? What can I extract for that? However, the last book talks a bit about the mist. It talks about it as not just the mist of Barovia, but of forms of the Dread Plains, which you are now familiar with.
Yeah.
It talks about how it takes on different formations and different aspects, no matter which Dread Plane it goes into. Strahd's is one of them. It emphasizes a factor that it holds deep-set memories and emotion.
Yeah. I remember that. We talked about that.
And it has it combined to form almost that of which has been felt to become real once again. And you think back, and you have two instances of this.
The myth near when we're going down to
technically three, actually.
Berez, Morovia, not Morovia,
You have
Morvant.
you have Morvant, the Durst house, and if it's true, the bell in the town in the distance at the edges of the mist. Even then, you can kind of elude some other factors. You can elude the hanging when you first got here. You can elude the war when you left Berez. You can elude a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And that starts to get you thinking. You don't have maybe a connection out there, but you have a connection in here. You have a connection to this place. And you wonder, does that give you your own presence? Your own ability to pursue your own emotions, your thought process, your expression, your artistic expression, maybe even, to this place.
All right.
And that is how you can possibly subvert the need of this artifact.
I have to connect to the mist then. Or I have to get the mist to do what I want.
Exactly. It would be more so the mist needs to adhere to you.
Can Eileen take me into the mist, I wonder? You're just gonna think on that for a little bit. As I can't do anything else, can I?
That would be your 3-hour mark. What else are you trying to do? Or at least close to it. Yeah, because with that first 14, you got a step, but you didn't get like a good distance. 26.
I'm gonna keep pushing. I'm gonna keep pushing on this.
On what? Just to learn more?
I'm gonna push on the idea of how one can make the mist adhere to you in this little book. Because I remember technically Vecna did something like that with Moravant, but he's gone now.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go back to Moravant.
A key factor that you can think about this at the very least for most people is it probably wasn't just him.
Other people.
The most prevalent and most present pieces in this place
was the Durst House, I'm pretty sure.
Were the places that involved multiple people in dire and crazy or fanatical circumstances. The murdering of the people in the Durst house and the emotions that were going on in there. And for Morvant, well, you know.
Then that means, if I'm correct, as Octave's gonna stand up, the Abbey with the Bellevues.
Possible. It's very possible. In fact, as you not only think of the Bellevues, but you think of the table of the people that screamed, the memories that lie dormant inside of the Abbey, the medical hall, the medical wing. I apologize.
Can I convince them to help me? Do I force them? Ugh. He looks down at the book for a second, and then like at his tattoos and on like the wrist of his sleeve before. I'll make it work. I'll find a way. It's fine. And that's all. That's all I gotta do right now.
All right. Everyone else, dinner can easily be served for a lot of you, and it's no problem at all for whatever you wish for. As the dinner time comes in, for those of you that wish for it, or for those of you that just call for dinner to be had and brought to your rooms, everything is all fine. Unless there is something else specific, we can kind of skip towards nighttime, and if you all wish to get a long rest, you can.
I mean,
Mhm.
might as well go out for it. Might as well send in the thing. So is it just like is Venric? I know that Mordenkainen is retreating to the room. Is Venric staying in his room as well?
Van Richten has not left from the study. No.
I see.
Do I see Van Richten anywhere?
No, he hasn't come out. Or at least hasn't made himself known or present.
Okay.
He's not the biggest socialite.
I get that. I get that.
It's not Gatsby.
he's outside of the magnificent mansion at the edge of it, just looking out in the mountain in the distance, looking at that Strahd castle, just toasting all the way over to the distance of it. It's like,
Cheers, old boy.
there's a faint red light coming from the castle. It's like, oh, I know it was green people. Come on. Go ahead.
Strahd's holding out like the glass like Van Richten. I'm right here. Shut the fuck up.
But yeah, you guys can easily go out and get your food. No problem at all. Aknev.
Hi, buddy.
At the end of the 3 hours, Mordenkainen would have come in. Well, I believe it's time for bed now. If you do not mind, I will be taking the books back. I hope you got any notes or anything that you needed from it, and I
did. Sorry to ask this to you, but could you allow me a few more hours? I'll be quiet. I won't stir a mouth. I really feel like I make a breakthrough right now.
Give me a persuasion check. One more. But this is a little bit of a higher DC at this point in time.
Without the D6.
Without the D6 is a 16? Okay.
Yeah, however, remember, we saved him.
Yeah.
Just remember, please!
I remember.
need this.
I remember. It's all good.
I'm begging.
You can continue to study in the morning. Keep your mind well. Keep yourself rested. There's no point in overstressing yourself and worrying your friends or myself, for that matter. Get yourself to rest, and please, you'll be able to have this tomorrow. I promised you that you were going to in the first place. I'll be more acute, possibly even able to help if you need it. Go get your rest, as I need mine.
Fair. Apologies.
No need to apologize. Just go get your rest.
I'm leaving.
Thank you. As you go out through the door, the Elkhorn individual lets you out and closes the door. You're easily able to go if you were trying to get back to the other rooms. If you're trying to go somewhere else, that's different. But yeah.
I'm not gonna go to the room because I'm gonna let Morrow have this room to himself. I think he deserves whatever rest he wants. I'm going to just find a nice corner somewhere in the hallway. Pull out the other book, my book. Pull out the muffin. And I'm just going to say, "Happy birthday, dear Ophelia." Take a bite of the muffin. Throw it to the side and say, "I gotta get to work." And I'm gonna go back to reading.
All right. Some of the servants would have brought you a pillow, a kind of bedroll kind of setting with extra cushion if they could, and a blanket.
That's fine.
Whether you use it or not, they'll leave it to the side of you if that's where you choose to wish to be. All right. Morrow, are you going to the last room available?
I believe I should. Yeah, I probably should.
All right.
I've been, sitting here because I thought everybody was coming out for dinner.
They did. They came back out for dinner.
Okay.
We're kind of just fast forwarding stuff.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right.
They had that morning glow.
I do want to talk with Mordenkainen. If I get the chance, or if he's not, or if he's busy, it's fine.
He said he would talk to you all at the morning.
Oh, okay. All right. I can talk to him then. It's more of it's more about Vasilka, but we'll see.
Fair enough.
I'm just gonna head to the last room.
All right. The room over to the right. In the room to the right, as you enter on into this place, there's just kind of a small, not hustle and bustle, but the sounds of like just people walking, traveling. You hear the sounds of horse hooves hitting dirt as you start walking on into the room. And as you do so, this room is primarily that of made of stone and kind of fine glasswork. You see some pieces of glass art of just markings of actually. Roll me an Arcana check.
Okay. Imagine I can't get in the room.
How do I get into this newfangled room thing?
What's a doorknob?
Don't do him like that, bro. He can room it up.
Man,
Oh.
I was about to say, if I rolled the nat one, it was gonna be Drake. Where's the door hole?
It's right here. It's right here, Josh.
You're locked in forever. No. As you look over into the windows, you start noticing there's a couple of sets of windows, and each one of them kind of have a nice, like, kind of set marking and specifically some kind of coloration to it. You start seeing kind of that which almost looks like a pi symbol with a squiggle at the end of it. You notice one is very similar to a shoehorn with curled ends or an omega sign almost. And as you're starting to look through, you're starting to realize these glass symbols are images or imagery of the different types of schools of magic. As you notice, from necromancy to transmutation to enchantment to abjuration, all that kind of stuff. Now, as you start seeing those in the painted glasses, there are still open window ways. And as you start kind of looking through and maneuvering, you look out one of the windows, and as you can see, you are on a high-set tower, far above the ground, maybe almost 100 or so feet off the ground. And as you look out into the distance, you can still see that there are kind of bridge walkways to other long set towers and small floating kind of platforms as they maneuver through. And you see what looks like, what the hell even is that, actually? As you see what seems to be a carriage with no wheels and a kind of wire / long set piece of rod or something, and it's going up and down kind of as it is. You would know it more of like a lift, kind of not a ski lift where like you seated, but like the actual trolley car lifts. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Mr.
I was talking to Boris, but yeah.
He
Boris?
also knows.
He's muted, so.
Gotcha.
He's dead.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry.
We killed him.
Sorry.
You're good.
I was there. It's just somebody came in
Yeah.
the room,
Oh,
so
you're
I was
fine.
handling a thing.
But yeah, you like trolley car lifts essentially is another thing that you would see kind of as you go throughout here, and as you're just kind of looking through, there's a strange air of technology that you've never seen before as you look down. Whether that frustrates you, makes you happy, or just confuses you, it's up to you. Roll me a history check if you would like. Disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Yeah, because this isn't something you would really know well. Like,
I'm
this
not
is a super unlikely thing for you to know.
I'm not a history buff. Fair enough.
It's not the fact that you're a history buff, it's the knowledge of what I'm asking this roll to be.
Oh, that
yeah.
was mean.
That was
Yeah, the
so
13 to the
cruel.
5. Well, it was 13 to the 5. Yeah, no, this is a lot to take in. As you see just what seems to be people out in the distance just walking through, and people kind of living their lives here in this now in this perspective. You're very close to the clouds. In fact, you feel like as if you reached out, you could almost touch one of them from this window. You also see that there's a balcony space to the side of it. There's another bath kind of laid out and set to you over into this room. There are curtains all around. There's a study table if you need for the use of it. There is a local area to hang a coat or a hat on one of those pieces, and there is a bunch of little knickknacks spread throughout small desk tables, including one that you kind of fancy for a second, where you just where it draws to you because it involves water. And as you just kind of look at it, it's just some kind of weird bird that you tip the top of its head, and it leans down and it puts its head into the water, and then it pops back out, and then puts its head back into the water, and then pops back out and puts its head back into the water almost infinitely without any more use of you or without any more input from you.
Bro, how do I go to sleep?
that,
What is this?
that is a thing. You did not notice any bed in this room.
Can I sleep on the clouds?
Oh,
You know what? I'll give it to you technically.
I was cooking with gas.
When you think about going out to even ask or wonder, you see kind of a button underneath the bird that's just drinking and drinking and drinking. Curiosity gets the better of you, and you press it. The moment that you press it, one of the windows begins to kind of light, and you realize it is the transmutation window. As you see a large amount of the clouds from the outside flush themselves inside and begin to form in a space before a bed forms. Just one master bed at the moment. There's another button, which you can assume brings out more beds, but you don't think you need that right now. It has moved where the desk was, as the desk kind of moves and presses into the wall. But this is a bed where the mattress itself seems to be very soft, very fluffy, and misshapen. But you kind of put your hand to it, and it forms to you very nicely.
Alright. I will put down singularity.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it doesn't fall on the little people below.
As long as you're not dropping it you're not in the sky.
Okay.
The cloud went into your bedroom.
I'm just gonna put down singularity. Do a small little player. I'm going to rest for the night.
Fair enough. You lay down on that bed, it is soft, which kind of hurts your back a little bit, but like then as that's kind of going through, and as you kind of lean, the bed gets hard, and you're like, oh, thank God. As you just now rest for the rest of the night. If you all are going to sleep, then everyone can take... Go ahead. Yes?
I did have one thing. It's nothing big.
Go ahead.
But Thorn always writes in his journals and everything. Tonight, when he's done writing in his journal, he's going to write one extra thing that's separate. But that's it.
Fair enough.
Just one extra thing that's separate. It's a
Yeah.
weird thing to write at the end of a journal.
Yeah.
You could write.
It's an artistic choice, actually.
You could write about
You
three or
didn't get
four.
it.
You could write about 3 or 4 things, or just one.
Yes.
I feel like there's a joke there.
Honey, there's a big storm.
Sounds like someone got the joke.
But yeah,
No, maybe
he's gonna write something that's not in his journal, and he's gonna tuck it away in his stuff.
All right, fair enough. Then with that, unless someone else has something else, you all can go to sleep. Aknev, I know you don't have the same sleep pattern. I know you were working on your piece. I'll say just roll me an Arcana check, and we'll see how much further along.
Not the D6.
I know. 25. Got it. You continue on the path of that breakthrough. There wasn't anything that was like the same level when you had the book with you, but as you're just kind of going through, you're getting a better understanding of it. It'll possibly help you in the future.
Let's go.
I'll write that down. As you all take your rest and take your sleep, you all wake up in the morning to very beautiful sceneries and very light things. As Maru, you wake up to a very soft, nice dawn, and to the sounds of a town crier muttering gibberish into the distance. It's very soft. It's almost background noise. It's not horrible, but you know, it is what it is. Amaris and Ismark wake up to the sounds of almost kind of bubbles rising for a moment, and just a small kind of creak kind of set without actually moving the ship itself as you both wake up. And for Ismark and Amaris, it is the sounds of chirping birds.
You mean Alien and Thorn?
Did I say what did I say?
You said Ismark and Amaris twice.
Again.
Oh.
So which one was who?
There is now two Ismark. No, the birds are your guys, are Eileen and Thorn. The last one was Eileen.
No jutsu.
What?
Shut up, bro.
Could you explain that in non-weeb anyway?
Yeah, sure.
Kill.
Multi-shadow clone.
Shut up.
Oh no, I regret knowing.
I wish I never knew.
I
wish I
didn't knew.
I wish I knew it done to me.
The day is yours, and long rest has been had. What do you all wish to do? This was the most relaxing night you've had since you've been here. In fact, some of you maybe the most relaxing night you've ever had.
We
I'm
must leave.
unaffected. Let's go.
Unaffected. Hell yeah, dude.
Wait for it.
Shut up.
What the fuck? Don't say that.
We're going to breakfast.
Yeah, let's go to breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast time.
And
All
we're
right.
all like in our levels too, guys.
Yep, you were all fully level 13, so you could have changed your spells, you could have done your lists, anything during that long rest.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yar.
You're.
Oh,
Mono, you're the only motherfucker saying you're out here in the
Yeah! That gonna be me.
If you all just wish to go out to breakfast, you absolutely can. There is a platter before you of both sets of scrambled eggs, omelets, different forms of roast beef, slices of bacon. There is just a plethora of general set breakfast food. But if you ask for something custom, they can certainly make it for you.
Coffee.
Absolutely.
I sit at the head of the table and
Actually, nah. I'm a beat Mars to the head of the table.
nope.
Amars is feeling so good about themselves. Like I just fucked. I'm big down right
Morris is the
I'll-
captain.
now. Amars is the captain.
I'll ask for 2 rolls from you two to see who gets it, just to make this fair.
Got it.
Acrobatics is the first one. We're
Oh,
gonna total.
God.
We're gonna total. The second one is athletics.
All right.
The total, whoever gets the highest, is the one as you both just look at each other and you both start walking towards the banquet hall, and Amaris starts walking a little ahead, and then you start walking a little ahead, and then you both start getting to a sprint as you both are running, as you both realize you know exactly what's going on here.
Me first. Me first.
Oh,
Let's
Oh my
20.
god! Oh my god! Okay,
Oh,
okay.
sorry,
Control.
the tire's low. Sorry.
Yeah, so 9 versus 20 here. So Amaris has an 11-point lead. Amaris, athletics.
Just all I have to do is just continue this. That's all I have to do here.
Oh, 31-point
But
lead.
can Morrow get like a nat 20?
Okay, Morgan, that 20, destroy it.
27.
Nat 20 would add 27 to your thing.
Yeah, I can't beat it because they have 41.
I still roll, homie.
Well,
get rid of the boost you.
Let's see
it's
what
not
happened.
gonna happen.
It don't
Damn.
matter. You got
That
this,
was
bro.
really good rolls, though, Michael. That was the best you've
It's
ever
not
rolled.
even.
Let's
It's
go.
not.
That is
memes. I take first place.
that is the best you've ever. 2 back-to-back 19.
That's
You will never roll that well again. Everyone know this. It's the saddest
Actually,
part.
alright.
It's just my nature. When it comes to anything that is just like a meme, sure, I'll take first place. If it's something serious, it's either I roll like shit or a nat 20 like once to turn it around. That's literally it.
I mean, that's not bad.
As you go through and as you burst out and you start running out, you both head immediately for the head of the table. And as you go through, as you're running, Morrow, you feel like you're about to get to it first. As you grab onto it onto the side, you turn and a burst of speed happens, and Amar sits down as you are right next to the chair. Unfortunately, it seems the head of the table has been claimed by the captain.
taking my seat. I see, Omar.
Which I am going to actually say. Sorry, this seat is reserved for the captain.
They are really feeling themselves. Bro had sex once. It's like, I'm big pimping now.
It's not even because of that. It's because of that one painting.
Amaris is gonna be like, "Hey, can I like take that painting with me? Like,
It just helps my ego. Like,
Bri relationship.
we have a bag of holding."
No.
Alrighty
please, it's
then.
gone.
Let me just.
Yep.
So
We love
plus
a
4 to
compliment,
this.
Anything
So
created by
it's
this
7.
place is gone.
All right, so I've recovered that.
Ah, yes.
Just gotta recover those charges.
Oh, yeah.
And then yeah, so I'm just gonna
Yeah.
look over at Amaris. You seem to be in a good mood today.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm gonna take a. I'm sort of gonna take a seat, sort of just away from everybody for a bit. Gonna put down some water. I'm gonna look over to the omelet. Gonna put some bread on the plate and then remove the omelet. And then I'm gonna look over to the jam. And I'm gonna reach for it like I'm gonna grab it, but then I'm gonna check the jam.
There's multiple kinds. You have honey, you have strawberry, you have grape. You got a couple.
we be jamming it up in here.
Chocolate for those that have a sweet tooth.
Marlo's just gonna look at the grape jam. Slide it away. Get a cup of ice water and begin their eating.
Bro, they want everyone to.
One of the servants comes up. If you require, I could get you peanut butter for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Bread and water shall be
Okay.
fed.
All
I
right.
feel like
They walk away.
there's like
You're-
I've seen like a servant, a magical servant. I feel like it's twitching, like behind its mask,
Every
it's just
time.
twitching, like,
These Morrow is accidentally providing this being with a taste of sentience, but being frustrated at not being able to do their one job.
Providing them sentience and never heard of a balanced meal in his life.
just like, I can get you something else, like I don't know, like fruit. Is that it? Bread and
Water.
Do
Do you wanna
sure?
Do you want to try and toast it at least? Yeah, yes. Really? No.
It's just carbs and water.
Is there a
All right.
problem?
No, of
Good.
course not. Okay. So as you all are seated down, and as you all are enjoying your banquet, and your different pieces or your water and bread, as I'm assuming everyone's going to dinner, right?
Breakfast.
Sorry, breakfast.
Breakfast.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Got dinner
Yeah.
on the brain. I'm still hungry.
Same, bro,
I'm
same.
describing things and making myself hungry. I apologize. Yes, and then as you all are going in, I will say, as Mark also shows up and just kisses you on the forehead, Amars just goes, "Hey, Captain," and takes a seat next to you.
Get it.
As as you all funnel on in there, you begin eating, but about 10 minutes into your guys' eating, whether you're on your 8th plate or your first, there's eventually another figure that starts walking from the dining hall and says, "Hello, I hope you all slept well. I feel so much better with a night's rest underneath me."
Good to hear.
Great.
Ugh. As he starts walking through, and he goes and he almost instinctively grabs your chair for a moment of Mars before going, "Oh."
No, if you
So no, no.
Okay.
Enjoy. Excuse me. As they will go over to the side, and they just kind of look out in the distance at how far the other end of the table chair is compared to
Yeah,
everyone else.
like
And
seeing him have this
they-
stare,
and-
I'm just
and-
like, just go ahead, it's fine. As I'm just
no,
gonna get up.
no, puts the hand back, no need, as he takes his hands, pushes it forward, and the whole other side of the room shrinks over to get
He could have
closer.
done all he could have done the entire time.
No one asked.
To
as-
be fair.
As he's now only 40 to 30 feet away from Omar, sit at the furthest. Go ahead. To be fair, what?
No, I'm just saying, like, to be fair, like, we really didn't ask.
Now, as he just kind of takes his seat down, he just kind of talks over to one of the servants, kind of orders a few things, and just kind of starts digging into a little bit of eggs before pausing and going, "So, have you been enjoying your stay here?"
Eileen nods.
It's been great.
Everything's been wonderful.
I'm glad. I know adventurers don't always get the time to relax, and I can only imagine what you have been dealing with in this place. So this was a little bit of a, well, apology for striking some of you with lightning and fire and others.
Well, they're not the bridge.
More like
Good man.
snow under the bridge.
What she said.
Or snorts.
We've been through worse. There's no worries on that.
He looks offended. No, no.
It's alright, man. You ain't
Hmm.
shit.
You think you were our biggest problem? Shit, you don't know who he is.
I mean, also he
Never-
was holding back, so like.
Okay,
I
but
definitely
like,
not gonna-
let's shut the fuck up about that part.
I'm not at full power. No, you don't understand. I'm really strong, guys. No. My
We
CR goes
believe
through
you,
the
we
roof
believe
with
you.
items.
We believe you. We believe you. God, this guy just keeps talking. Oh.
So, I believe we should talk about the circumstances of what had occurred to me, and also where we all stand. First off, it's in positive light. I just want to announce that first. Second off, I will elaborate on what happened to me, as it seems maybe you have some knowledge, as you were able to find out my own name in the first place, and which I don't remember giving out to anyone during that time frame, but there are things that are still a little fuzzy and blurry. And as for my mental, also, as you can hear, I have recovered in my ability to more... I say this as now I struggle. In my ability to more accurately portray what I wish to say now. As this brain of mine is no longer rapidly showcasing everything that I have forgotten in the past few centuries. So, with that being said, I thank you all, and I failed to cause an insurrection over to the castle, Castle Ravenloft itself. I had taken a small grouping of people into the town of Barovia and brought them all the way out over to the castle. And upon entry, my forces were defeated. As it seems, there was a spy among the ranks of them. A Vasily van Holtz, one that seemed rather eager to take on the mantle of leader against the people, or against the oppressor,
Devil
Strahd.
himself.
Yes. But instead turned on the people and showed his true colors. That being of Strahd von Zerovich. He had disguised himself as this Vasily von Holtz, and upon his betrayal onto us, there were very few left behind me, and suddenly I was left with a barrage of individuals and Strahd himself.
Thorn like punches the table. He's like, I fucking knew it.
Had it just been him and the individuals that I had fought with, maybe I could have done something, or possibly even had escaped if I needed to. But I underestimated the ability that Strahd gains from being within his realm. He was able to both attack me with himself, his army, and that being in the sky. Unfortunately, being overwhelmed and outmatched at that point, I had succumbed and had made an attempt to escape. I was struck down and landed into a river, in which I lost consciousness and woke up freezing nearly to death further down the river that carried me. I won't go into all of the gory details, but I did what I had to do to survive, and slowly, as this place does, it began to drive in the fact that it was all hopeless into my brain. That has been going on for weeks now, if not months. And there has been irreparable damage, or at least irreparable to my current ability to fix. Therefore, I am in some cases neutered, and I do not possess my full capabilities. However, do not underestimate me, as it would do you both wrong in my aid and also in my fellowship. I will say, at my full capacity, I am much more of a foe to Strahd, and will do my best to become that once again.
Then
Until then, however,
how
I
did
am
you
limited.
fail in your full capacity?
Hubris. Hubris and an ambush. I assumed he had no idea that I was already persisting in going in to fight him. I assumed he was alone to certain capacities, and I assumed that he was not much needed to be dealt with. He seems to have grown stronger since my last evaluation of him, or at least the last recorded evaluations of him. However that happened, I do not know.
Did you even do any reconnaissance before entering the castle?
Of course.
And?
Well, I found out the location of it. I found out how his drawbridge worked. I found out where he mainly resides, and I also found out about his little traversal.
Explain.
The portals that he uses to traverse through this domain.
So he teleports.
Yes,
Huh.
I found him while he was doing so. He seems to have ways to teleport to locations, but not fro. It seems that inside of the castle itself, he has some form of transportation, none through a spell of sorts. Where this is located, I do not know.
They could be. Never mind. Never mind.
Unimportant for now. I had assumed that when going into this castle with the people, which I had brought and thought about just to bolster their sense of courage, their ability to pursue and to maintain their own mentality of having the ability to conquer, of having the ability to fight against such an odds. I thought that would do them wonders. Little did I know I was leading them all to a death march. That is something that... There's a pause for a moment. That is something that is my fault. And that is something that I will keep. And that is something that we will move on from. And
Fair.
something that I must at least apologize to you for. As he looks over to Ismark. I still remember you over at the town of Barovia when we were first going through. Your father did not seem to wish to pursue my ideas, or to take part in anything to do with the apprehension or destruction of Strahd. He seemed to want to keep the town bolstered and defended, and it seems that maybe he was right. So I apologize to you on his behalf. There's no need. It's all right. Good. Then let us move on.
Can I infect that?
Could I also do that as well?
I was about to say.
Yeah, you can incite it.
I gotta go.
Bye. No, I kid. 20?
Let me do my shit too.
Look at your man.
19.
Dang, I didn't think you had a 10.
I was deciding Mordenkainen, by the way.
Oh.
I would rather, because, like, I don't know. I just want to see what his headspace is at, if possible.
He is sincere about it, and there's definitely a kind of a choke that comes from it. Just the that has happened, but then a mental strength goes through, and it's not that there's no point in lingering to it. It's not good to linger on it, and so he wants to continue. Now that it has moved past, as he has given a sincere apology to Ismark. Ismark is different. Ismark, with a 19, he doesn't feel he deserves the apology because he looks as he has a tinge of guilt about it, almost. Yeah, he looks not as if he did rejected it, but he looks as if he never deserved it in the first place.
Right.
No, he feels unworthy of it. That's what you get with that off of both your insights.
Got it.
So, I've been doing a bit of rambling and talking for a bit. Is there something that you all wish to focus on? Or anything you wish to ask of me? Actually, also, something I should ask of you to get myself better acquainted. I believe I was told, but you are all from Faerun, correct?
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
technically I'm from here.
Interesting. Well then. There's a kind of a not confusion, but a very much an intrigue as you say that for that. Well then, for the rest of you, if I may ask, have you happened to have mentioned or heard of a man, or met, even better, of an old friend of mine, Elminster, by any chance? Any occasion? Anything?
Do I know that name?
Arcana check. You would have a chance of learning and of knowing it, Eileen. I'd say all of you would technically have a chance of knowing it, but yeah.
I can't roll history.
I'll
Do
take
we all roll
Arcana.
history?
Did I not say history?
You said
You said
You said
Arcana.
Arcana.
Sorry, it's because, well, you guys know why. But history,
Yeah.
Yes. I apologize.
I mean, I'll take an Arcana if you don't mind. Maybe you
Roll
promote.
history.
13 is a new. This is a DC 16 to know, and then you get progression of like what you know, depending on how high past that.
Oh,
Has Termod heard about
I'll say he wouldn't say anything, or you wouldn't feel any of the information. You just hear a bitch. That's kind of what you feel in your head.
No!
Yeah,
I'm
that's
so
all you
mad.
get. All right, if that's it, Eileen, you're the only one. You've heard of the name Elminster only because he's one of the most famed arcanists of all time. He is considered one of the best mages, if not the best of one of the original like mortals. Not like demigod, not possessed, not something in that regard. He is a fantastic and almost unparalleled mage, that of even rivaling those that have ascended and joined the ranks of Mistra. He's the shit.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who lives in the city would know who Elminster is. And she looks at her group like, guys?
Thorn just says, I was on the outskirts of shit. I didn't get around magic much.
I woke up a month ago, so blame me.
I was only raised on creatures. I did creatures in Saloon. I really don't know.
It's fair and fine for all of you. Do not worry. This is just a question, and it's just a curiosity of mine. I was just wondering if someone had seen him. I haven't checked up on him recently. I was just wondering. Either way, unimportant. Again. Oh, yes?
No, nothing. Continue.
Are you sure? A
Well,
curious mind is a crowded mind.
You know him.
Yes.
Like, personally?
Yes.
You're friends.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
Thank you. Now...
Damn, like I know, right?
It's like a damn. You're welcome.
She's like realizing, wait a minute, this guy is actually like legit the shit. Fuck.
It's all about who you know. We can now say, if we survive this, we can now say we know more than Kaiden.
And then the reality afterwards, and Strahd beat this man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
not
yeah.
talk about that part. Let's not talk about that part. He actually, there's something I was wondering
Mhm.
because I noticed something. It feels like when the times we encounter Strahd, he can't be away from his castle for too long. There's always a weird heartbeat before you leave. And if he was,
yes, no, I remember a heartbeat when I fought him.
And if he was, immortal like he says, barely takes any damage, why wouldn't he just pursue us endlessly until he get what he wanted? Oh no, my own air sign!
Oh my god, I just watched it, yeah, it fell off!
What the fuck? What happened?
Technical difficulties, folks.
It's not
We'll
levels!
be back
Bro, that-
momentarily.
Bro, that was a ghost, man. Like, that just...
No, it broke! It broke!
Did it break? Oh no!
His monitor?
No, his son.
Yeah, it's on air sign in the background. Oh my god.
The little two part is broken a little bit. Oh, I can notice it! Fuck! Not again!
Bro, don't put it back up.
Yeah, why'd
Just
you
lay
put
on
it back
the bed.
up?
Just lay it on the bed. Just
Alright.
let it rest. Let it rest.
Let it rest. Let it sleep. Let it sleep.
Oh.
Sorry, it's so funny. Oh my god. Yeah. We'll fix it later. You'll fix it later. Fix it later. Okay. Yeah,
Okay, I'm
I
back. What
didn't even
happened?
know I had that sign back there. Okay, so where was I? Yes, for the ability to hurt him. Yes, I did notice that as well when I was battling him. I wasn't able to hurt him until after I'd hurt the heartbeat. Once the heartbeat had dissipated, he was no longer. He seemed as if he was actually keeping his scars, his injuries, his damage. It was accumulating.
So after the heartbeat.
After the
and he
heartbeat.
did the heart.
Yes. It was once. It was after the heart. Actually, He starts thinking back. In order, it was he snapped his fingers, I heard a resonating heartbeat, then I was able to harm him.
Did he snap his fingers last time before the heartbeat?
You distinctly remember, especially with keen mind for Eileen, every time you guys have heard the heartbeat, he snapped his fingers beforehand.
It's
Huh.
almost like a trigger. And you have to hold on. Maybe the damage we do is transferred to the heart. And it can't be too much.
His own heart?
There's a giant crystal heart in the tower.
Oh!
Yeah.
Might be
One
something to
that
do with that then.
elicits overwhelming emotion in people.
Oh.
Maybe we can shatter that
Strange.
heart.
Interesting. He starts kind of thinking for a moment as he said that.
I've been wondering about that heart for a while, actually. How to break it, at least.
Oh, you're not able to physically.
We didn't
I
try.
haven't tried.
Ah,
We were
fair enough.
we were dealing with a rescue mission.
And also, even if we get near it, we'd get attacked by flying weapons.
It's like white blood cells or whatever, but like metal and stabby.
Mm.
Animated objects.
So it's defended, yes. Of course.
Wait.
Interesting. That might be something to pursue.
Perhaps.
However, if it is of importance, you might be targeted.
Yeah.
We are already.
You know,
Declared war on us.
Yeah.
Right. I meant more so in the immediate sense.
Going after the heart. Yeah.
so
Yes, no. Van Richten had informed me on many of your plights and the situation up until now. I just wanted to know of anything that you all wanted to focus on to, or something that has not been brought up to me.
So perhaps, if we have a second, should we outline our sort of adventure, or not adventure, but our sort of soiree into Strahd's castle as far as what we saw?
I have not been in there
So,
myself.
what we
I
came
only
to.
fought on the outskirts. If you wish to inform me on the insides, you may.
Eileen, can you make sure this looks right? As I'm going to do a level 3
Major image.
major image 3D construct the castle from we've seen and have Eileen kind of use her keen mind if she can't help me.
Yeah.
Can't just
Yeah.
use minor
Definitely,
illusion.
this
Well,
tower's
I
cool.
might not remember it correct. And
Yeah.
greater and major image is a lot better for this, more intricate.
Yeah, she'll
Not-
be like, the tower's a little too thin. You need to make it, thicker.
It's artistic interpretation and whatever.
Yeah.
I make it
With-
thinner.
With
Yeah.
with Eileen's help, you can kind of dictate kind of the outside of the castle is very easy, and there are marks of it, and there are things that she does keep you aware of, both on like the level structures of it, some of the internals that you guys have been into, that one weird bump that Eileen kind of pointed out last time when you guys were on the roof of the room that should exist but doesn't. There's lots of little intricate details as it just kind of goes through as he just kind of begins looking through all of it. Yep, this is exactly what it looked like on the outside. Where's this heart that you speak of? You said you found it?
Yeah.
Right here.
Right there. All right.
You know, if I have the chance, Freddie,
Mhm.
I'm just gonna actually. Should we note this down, like on paper?
Sure. I was gonna have the chains peel off for a second, grab a quill and ink and start writing for me.
Uh,
I'll focus on the writing. Just also.
no,
move it with my hand.
I know. I'm just thinking like of how are you gonna structure this like as a drawing?
Like, well, there are separate rooms,
Yeah.
so
So
like,
are you trying to make like a top-down map of the floors? Or like what are you
That
trying to
could
do?
yeah. So all right, so
Okay.
like a paper room.
Uh-huh.
I get that. We make a paper,
Yeah.
a paper for each room, and we kind of like
And
jigsaw
we,
it.
and we like jigsaw it, like arrange it that way. That way, you know, hey,
Okay.
It's not like that way,
Okay.
you know, if like things change or everything, we have it like mapped out. It's not all on one piece of paper. It's multiple papers, and we can see the
Yes.
whole picture.
All right.
Bismarck, you just move to a new paper when I'm done with the room.
On it. Leave it to me. Okay. You can do that. I'll say just roll me an art check, just because this is a little confusing. So art and
I get you.
intelligence. Art and intelligence.
Art
Yeah.
intelligence.
Yeah. So painting and intelligence.
Can we say charisma? I know we can. Here we go.
I rizzed my way into map making.
19.
All right.
I
19
did
is-
actually.
19 is fair enough to make the individual rooms and kind of how you're kind of connecting them as you're doing the paper. That's fair enough. You'll be doing this while we're talking about this. All right. So, sorry. Where's this hearth that you said it would be? You said you found
right
it.
here,
Right
in
here.
the middle, in this tower right here.
Okay. So in the shorter tower of the two. Got it.
Mhm.
He just kind of looks through and he kind of looks at some of the places that you've kind of filled in and have kind of taken away just because there are empty spaces throughout this place. You haven't fully adventured throughout it then.
No,
No,
the
we're going
underground.
back soon though.
Yeah,
You are.
we
A
have
couple
business.
days.
Hmm. Don't tell me anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Should we tell him?
About your plan of attack to rally the people? Is he
Not
still looking at
anymore.
the place?
I
I've
had
never tell you about it.
a feeling he really knew.
Van Richten did inform me, and he informed me of his detestment to this plan.
Yeah.
However, it is not one that I do hate, as it is one that I was already pursuing in the first place.
No.
Not on such a grand scale.
That's why we feel like this time it might work a little bit better. We've
Possibly.
already got Krezek involved. Valaki's the next one that we need to rally. We just haven't had the time to actually talk to the people yet.
Mhm.
And you've already successfully rallied one of the villages here.
And Krezek,
Right
yeah.
on. You're welcome.
Krezek.
At least Krezek is behind their leader. I'm sure
Yeah.
Van Richten explained to you the events of the wedding that happened there. However, their leader understands.
He did not.
Yeah, well, bad things fucking happened, to outline it simply.
We got
And
tricked going up.
the people got upset at us. However, their leader, Dimitri, understands the situation. They're rallied behind him. And his faith in us in this situation keeps the people on our side.
How many people are in the town of Krezek that are ready to rally?
One.
Well, how many did he say? It was like
How many?
100 or so?
There are
For, like, able-bodied?
there are guaranteed 50, possibly 100 for the able body.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just say that.
Okay.
Took
That
a lot to get them on
that-
that side.
That is a good start. It's not close to the army that we had originally in the town of Barovia. But
Yeah, that's why we're going to give Valaki.
Valaki. And what about the town of Barovia? Do we have any plans on that one?
Don't know how open to it they'll be after the little failed one that happened, and there's not too many able-bodied individuals left there, but if we can, it'd be nice.
I have an idea for them.
Is
Just need
there-
some time on it?
Is there anything you can get to your father to do for this, by any chance? As he looks over back to Ismark. He's no longer with us. Unrelated. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that, boy.
The village of Barovia is in a very bad state ever since the failed revolution. We came in, a month ago or so, a significant amount of time after it already had happened, and the people there are not out and about. They don't really do much of anything.
Especially after the pies.
Yeah.
Then it would seem that a lot of resources would be needed to do anything about them. I don't know if they are even willing to help after my kerfuffle. If you wish to pursue, you may, but I don't know if it might be worth it. You go ahead.
I have a plan for them. Just I need a little bit more time to flush it out. I want to deal with Valaki first. Well, Dawn wants to deal with Valaki first.
Overall, the village of Barovia is a bonus if we can get them along our side. For right now, Valaki's the main focus. I believe the Mardikovs will be on our side to help, and then
Who are the Mardikovs?
the Wizards of Wine. We've helped.
He
We helped
just
them
he
out,
just
and they,
he just
don't
kind of
know.
shakes his head and looks over. No.
Yeah, they provide the wine for Barovia. They are pretty skilled in what they do, and we've helped them quite a few times. That they owe us a favor too.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I should probably get a bottle from these wizards before I leave.
I already gave your crew some of their specialty.
Then I'll take one of their specialty then. Which one is that?
Like Red
The
Dragon Crush.
or
Red-
Purple Grape Mash.
All right. L, one of Purple Grape Mash and one of Red Dragon Crush. Let's see how these people enjoy their wines. Let's see how it compares. So, with that, that is good to know. That is good to know of your war plan. That is good to know of your efforts and what you wish. But how do you feel about these people? Do you think they're willing? Do you think they're ready? Do you think they can fight for themselves and for you at the same time?
Yeah, at least from what we've seen.
Hmm.
We are not a factor in this. I have no intention of asking any of these people to ally with us to purely rally themselves against Strahd for their own home. Because if we kill Strahd or if we leave, well, it's up to them to handle their own problems. And at least in Krezk, well, the people seem to understand that you can't really turn away from a war that is thrust upon you. Vallaki, they get up in arms about a lot of things, but if they can be up in arms about the right thing, they can be effective. Problem is just getting them to that point. And if they can all be capable of working together, of which Krezk is willing to work with Vallaki, then I feel like we could have a good plan in our hands. They're not all skilled and trained fighters, but enough of them are farmers and know how to wield a certain amount of tools, and, well, any tool can be a weapon if you know how to point it the right way.
Agreed. I've seen many a folk kill goblins, kobolds, and things of that sort with just a pitchfork.
Yeah,
They find the warrior within them. Now,
that's right.
if
The
a
real question is, if we do kill these people, how to attack the castle.
I've been working on that, slowly but surely. We have siege tactics that we're working on. However, with the amount of equipment that we have, we can't exactly plan a proper siege of a castle. However, with Strahd's army, his ego, and the tactics that we know of his, of which he has reused once or twice, hoping that maybe we can draw his armies out to let the people of Barovia deal with the undead and the vampire spawn and whatever else he has, while a strike team made up of us and whoever else is powerful and capable, like you, Van Richten, his apprentice, anybody else, could get in and handle Strahd ourselves, keeping him away from the people, and hopefully distracted enough to not provide any amount of reinforcements to their army.
But at the same time, well, for me at least, trying to find a way to kill Strahd where he can't come back, or whatever dark powers hold him.
Yeah.
What do you mean kill him to
needs
not
die?
What do you mean kill him to not come back?
So
He's been killed.
once before, we found out through someone who was close to him in his past. He was slain, but came back as to what you see him as more or less today. Obviously weaker, but still strong enough to take out a force of knights that were initially
Order of the Silver.
yeah. So we're fearful of what
I have a question. Are you guys referring to when Gavriel slayed him? Like where Gavriel gave the order?
Yes.
That's what we're
That was not
referring
the that was not the knights. That was not the
to.
order
Well,
of the
not this noise
that
of the dragons,
part.
no.
Right. Okay.
But it was still a knighthood that
Mhm.
there was still a knighthood that went to take him down because
castle
of
guard, yeah.
It was Strahd's guards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to
There
make
was a
sure.
coup.
Just getting things in order.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then one of the knights was forced to. Not the point. The point of the matter is, we believe that he'll come back if he's not killed properly. Recently figured out how to kill him.
I think you are misunderstanding.
Mhm.
I think what's being referred to is to kill a vampire. Do you know how to
Yes.
kill a vampire?
Stake through the heart.
Stake
Radiant
through
damage.
the heart.
Stake through the heart is close. It's different. You, however, Arknev, very bright that one, are correct in a manner. If you kill a vampire, it returns to rest. It returns to its coffin. However, if you bring it into the sunlight and kill it, it disappears for forever. Obviously, that is a problem here, as the sun does not shine in this godforsaken domain. However,
We have an item.
there are spells.
We have
But
a
please,
meeting.
speak of this item.
Morris, do you have the Amulet of Ravenkind, right? The one that Strahd's been looking for forever.
Never got rid of it. Just kind of reach into my chest, kind of pull it out.
Good. Very good. That will definitely help you.
He's been adamant about getting this away from us. Has offered several deals in which we've refused and trying to get it.
Anything that... Go ahead.
Currently, he thinks that he, as I kind of gesture over tomorrow, still is the one in possession of it.
Mhm.
He knows at this point I don't have it, but I didn't tell him who has it.
He can
Right.
probably take a good guess.
In
But-
his own domain, he has the ability to observe more than the common eye can. It's safe to assume he's either found out by now or something else. The fact that you missed it in the first place seems rather lucky for you.
Fair, but the point of the matter is we have that, and
Put
we
it
have,
back
we have a
in-
fear.
Put it back to where it was.
Do you? Sorry. Do you know about? I have a question.
I have an answer.
I've been wondering for this while, asking and talking and coming up with theories that there's something else pulling at Barovia behind the scenes, because the mist, should it be strong enough to be able to even hold on the god from entering here, if it wanted to, if it tried to?
You know of this.
It's been on my mind for the longest time. Even no matter how far things go, because we've seen monuments to gods, we've seen religious temples, old ones, not new ones, old ones that had connections at one point, but was cut off because they came into Barovia. But what can stop God from entering this realm? She's a cleric, a devout one, I point to Mars, and she can't speak to her god. Why is that? We had an angel who went mad because his god could not call him, and other things he done.
I was about to say that he went mad for other reasons, but definitely could not call Lathander with his respective god.
You all have been through enough. I will share something with you. It is unconfirmed, but I've seen enough, and I've played with it enough. Strahd is considered the earliest known or the first known entity to gather the mist. It has been learned it was not through his own volition, but it is not learned why exactly. There are many other planes and now pockets that now inhabit these forms of mists, and these forms of fog, these forms of enrapture. It is Now I know you do, as he looks over to Arknev. But who here has heard of the Far Realms?
Have I heard of the Far Realms?
You guys can attempt Arcana checks.
Not even
Very
gonna roll.
yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Get back there, farm boy. No.
I have
I'm
no
so
idea.
glad. I'm so glad I know
Yeah.
about the Far Realms.
Far Realms are so fucking cool. I'll make it.
I
a
can't
10.
wait
Bro.
till he asks you something about the
No.
Far
Shut up.
Realms and you
Shut the
can't
fuck
say
up.
anything about it.
Bro. Don't say that. Don't do that to me right now. Don't put that into
shit,
the ether.
Nope. Any other attempters or no?
You know what? Why not? Maybe I'll roll I won't roll in that 20. I'm not. Marl's not like a smart guy, but like, why not?
Not with that attitude.
12.
Yeah, no. As expected.
Son.
Hold on. I haven't eaten a lot of my breakfast. I've been doing a lot of speaking. Arknev, could you? Huh? What?
Before I'm going to admit
Uh-huh.
going to say, even though I know some about it, I'm not the best at teaching it. Only make them more confused. I think a master like yourself should be the one to tell them about it. So I think we could wait.
Deception check.
Eileen's gonna squint her fucking eyes.
I'm using ancient knowledge on this shit. I'm not gonna lose any of you.
Also-
I'm inciting Octave.
Also,
Oh, yeah.
he's Mordenkainen's not inciting. It's just to your friends.
I'll insight too. Fuck it.
Stop!
Yeah,
Stop!
Make that deception. What, bro? Pop on. Use that.
Deceive
Use
us.
that.
31.
Come on, God! Come on, God! Choose me!
Wow.
38 or 32 because you said you weren't using it.
No, I did. I
Oh,
did. I was
38.
gonna use the ancient knowledge.
38 then.
All right.
Yeah, you
Let
guys
me
did.
roll my.
Just believe it.
I mean, I'm not rolling because I just straight up don't believe him.
I hate you.
That is completely reasonable.
That's such a
you
dick
know,
move.
What do you mean?
Just leave me alone, dog. Whatever.
nah. I don't really care. Go ahead.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. Excuse me. Sorry. Then allow me to explain. The farm realm is where entities beyond comprehension, beings beyond comprehension, places beyond comprehension reside. We think of it as a location in which is beyond our he looks at all of you. Do you know what realm space is? The stars in our place. We live in a system in which there are planets that are nearby like our own. However, it is not the only one. There are many out there. However, beyond that is realm space and so on, and then further beyond that is the far realms. Civilizations, creatures, anything beyond that, whether they come from distance or different universes or things of that nature, they come from far realm. It is because it's too vast and too distant from many to traverse into.
So it's outside of the upper and lower realms?
Further. The upper and lower realms are only domains that surround the expansion of the material plane, Fey realm, and Shadowfell. Beyond that is the far realms.
Huh.
We know very, very little of the far realms. It is where much... Go ahead.
So, being such as like aberrations and such. Sort of.
The very same.
Okay.
Illithids are possibly those, or mind flayers, if that's more common, are creatures that do go from the far realms. They are tastes of these other beings and these evils that permit further in. There are other things such as, well, once again, of what we touched upon, as elder evils, which are their whole other thing. But they exist amongst these realms, and
One of them has an eye for Strahd.
close. The reason I'm being vague with this is I'm trying to explain it in the best terms I can for those who are not familiar with it, and because, in truth, it is not just one place or some space for these far realms. Like I said, it is multiversal.
So it's like a blanket term just to cover, just in order to not go into specifics.
He just kind of looks out in the distance. It's more that going further into the specifics might confuse. And I don't mean just you. I mean anyone that I would describe this to. These multiverses are places that hold things that should be and that shouldn't.
Is this something that Azalin has access to, by chance?
He looks over towards you. The Rex.
Yeah.
You've heard of him as well.
Strahd
this-
is very interested in him, and seems to have.
They have met.
I don't know
Eileen's
if they've
gonna
met.
pull out the note.
Yeah, he knows of Azalin's research at least. Don't know if they've met or not.
Eileen's gonna give Mordenkainen the note, the one that says, the one about 4 souls.
How does he know about him?
He knows the whole plan. I assume Van Richten told you about my current issue.
He told me about your issue. He told me about these 4 souls, but he never explained the Rex to me. Interesting.
Yeah.
As he hands you the note back over to you, Eileen. Go ahead.
Apparently, Azalin figured out a way to fuck with the barriers involving souls and some shit. And that's what he's using. Do you think... Don't know much about this Rex, but do you think he has some pull in the multiverse, some way that he can come in and out of here from his own realm?
Doubtable and extremely unlikely. He's
Okay.
smaller than these things. The elder evils, or the things that do come from the far realms, in the cases of what I was speaking of, at least, are those that rival the gods themselves and even demigods. They are beings that could destroy a planet.
Fair.
The Rex is powerful, of course. In fact, I would also assume maybe even more powerful than Strahd, but...
But still
He's
small time comparatively.
He's well, in the greater schemes of things, yes. He's to wrap it up also, he is a lich. He's a former king of his domain who was overthrown and who came back as a lich, in which his domain had finally snared him in.
Fair.
However, I did not know that either they met or they knew each other. I haven't even heard of dreadlords knowing of each other.
Maybe the realms crossed for a second.
Which is the same thing same explanation we got previously. Right? The fact that they are interacting is worrisome, to say the least.
I'm curious though about something. You never answered Arknev's question earlier.
Sorry,
at least
what was
fully. With the gods and their connection to Barovia.
Yes.
Whether there is the lack thereof. I thought, I'm not a religious man myself, but I know there are some darker entities out there, and from my own personal experience, I know some people and entities can have connections within Barovia if pieces of themselves are in here. Is there any possibility that any god can look in here Because we've only really looked at Lathander and Salune, but they're not exactly the picturesque version of a dark hellhole.
Got to find pieces of them, I'm guessing, right?
I don't know the full-on extent. I know of a few things, such as the fact that the mist do cut the gods off from being able to view into this plane, into this world.
Uh-huh.
Not a power of the Dreadlords, but a power of the mist themselves, which I was getting to, but I did go off on a tangent. I apologize. The Dreadlords communicating threw me off. This mist, as you said, I do agree with you. I believe it is something from the Far Realm itself. I believe it's an entity. I believe it is a being, in fact. What it is or what it does, I do not know fully. But what I believe is these dread planes are stomachs. Or at
That's
least
a new one.
or at least what you and I believe to be a stomach.
There's another note. Actually, Eileen,
She looks at him.
would you be okay talking about your abilities? If not, then I'll drop it.
Oh.
He looks over at you.
Yeah, so I think in one ways or more I am connected to these lands. I was able to walk into the mist and I was able to find some of the Tatiana and a reincarnation of her in said mist.
Who's
And,
Tatiana?
Well,
She's
That's,
the
uh,
love.
that's a bit of a story, but she is very important for Strahd.
Very.
I was able to walk in, but I wasn't able to stay there very long. I think all of them followed me, but they couldn't last as long as I did,
Are you saying you have a resilience to the mist?
potentially. And I
Do you
can turn into mist.
Do you still have a soul intact?
Yes.
And another thing is, you know about the reincarnation that goes on in here, yes?
I was informed at the possibility of such a thing from Van Richten.
I think that the Mist have been reincarnating people, and well, we know that they have been, and that's why the souls are churning up there. But I've been wondering the reason, and I think I know the reason why. We've been hearing stories or tales that Strahd needs to kill Tatiana. And every time there's been a chance where Tatiana has died, it's not been at Strahd's hands. And each time it seems that Strahd's trying to turn Tatiana to him. And even Strahd had told Eileen and Dawn about some sick game that's been played when they saw her. So I'm wondering if the Mist is trying to get Strahd to kill Tatiana to complete whatever ritual there is. If Strahd's trying to find a way out of it.
It's possible. I don't know enough of the details. However, if this is an entity, if this is a being, if it is feeding, however it may be feeding, you might be onto something at the very least. I don't know how far or correct you are. Once again, I have not had your own experiences. But if you believe that the Mist is trying to get him to kill this Tatiana person, But are you saying that the mist, in doing so, would free Strahd?
No. I believe that there's something worse on the way if Strahd goes through it and Strahd knows it. And that's why Strahd is desperately trying to find a way out. Either he doesn't want to kill Tajima by his own hands, or he doesn't want to be a pawn to whatever dark forces are out there anymore.
Either way, he wants to get out of Barovia.
Yeah.
And he wants one of us to take over.
And that's another thing I've been
Oh,
wondering.
you do not
Yes.
want to do that in
I'm
any form or
very
capacity.
aware.
We know. There's 5 of us, but only 4 souls. And I've been really worrying about that since he said 4 souls must be saturated in the Swords Coast or a different plane. And mine was stuck in the mist for 400 years and only came out a month ago.
Yeah, but he still tried to take your soul yesterday, so you can throw that theory out the window.
I don't think he knows, is what I'm saying.
And I think he's well aware.
I think you still count.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm hoping I don't, and if he takes my soul, messes his plans up. Is what I'm saying.
Possible countermeasure, but not the best idea. If he does need 4 souls, where did you get this note?
In
his
his
castle.
house.
Castle.
Yeah. Found it in
Interesting.
the library.
Ah.
It's tucked away in a book.
Specifically, it's and also specifically it said Barovian, and we've come to find out that each one of us has some form of
Connections.
tie-in.
Yeah.
Okay.
The story of how we know that at least Strahd, when Strahd became a vampire, we knew because of the one that is attached to Morrow.
Gabriel.
Gabriel, yes.
We also know that a rebellion of sorts has been done once before, even before your time, due to the one that is attached to me.
Which one is that?
The Saint of Markovia.
Saint of Markovia. I believe Donovich said something about her. All right. And you said Gavriel. You 3?
Mine was a child by the name of Thornbolt, the Durst.
All right.
The Dursts used to serve Strahd. They died, and the kids were left. Strahd took Thornbolt, turned him into a vampire spawn, and he was summarily killed by the Saint of Markovia.
Interesting. As he turns back over to you, Amaris.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
This. Huh. He just kind of sits there for a moment. This might be a great blessing from fate itself. It seems as though, at least from this and from what I know of you all, maybe this was destined to happen. Whether fortunate or unfortunate. Fate may have brought you together for this. Whether it was through the means of Strahd, some other being, the tangible form of fate itself, or just pure dumb luck. You all have purpose here.
Salune informed me before we arrived here of that. It's the last message I got from her before we arrived here.
I'll go next on that. I was if you know about the Vistani, I was sent out to a little camp city called Moravant. They just got here from the Greyhawk, and Well, they found a little book and began to. Yeah.
No, just as he leans forward, as just the mention of Greyhawk all alone. Go ahead.
The ritualists actually made me, tried to turn me into this deity to combat Strahd one day. Made me hold their sin, as they say. That's why I have these markings.
I was going to ask about them. Would you give me a moment to just study them and just look at them?
Sure.
All right. Continue on, though, as he's just going to stand up and go over towards you and roll up your sleeve for a moment and just kind of start looking through them.
But after
he cast something as well.
After some mistakes, I was able to find a way out, get the town to kill themselves, and Strahd ripped out my throat. And I ended up waking up in the Swords Coast.
400 years later, as you said.
I was 400 years in the mist, and then a month later, I woke up in the Swords Coast, so I've only been awake for a month. And now I have a little friend. Pramod, do you want to switch?
Are you sorry? And as you say that, you just hear a no.
You don't want me to say your name?
Who are you talking to?
Well, my little friend is quite the wizard. Someone so famous and a big fan of yours.
You fall asleep.
I can't be put naturally to sleep, actually.
Sorry, unconscious. I apologize.
I just gotta see that happen. Pramod the Horde is who he's talking to.
Apparently, the body that he woke up in was Pramod's, but Aknef's soul got there first.
He just kind of looks at you all. Interesting. Who's Pramod?
Some necromancer that was killed.
Aknev stands up immediately. How dare you? As he just kind of like turns over to the side, as Morton kind of turns over to the side, as you all now see, as you all now see, Aknev now standing up forward, but you can definitely tell the tone has shifted. It's no longer Aknev, it is Pramod. I am just as acclaimed of a wizard as you or Elminster or any of those individuals. I have come back from the dead by my own hands, and I will retrieve my body back. And I will not be insulted by you or anyone. And as Morton kind of is standing there like looking, go ahead.
Didn't you say that you lost to like 4 Chronos?
Get him!
Lord Kronos killed him.
Fuck them up.
I've never heard of them ever.
I'll kill you when I get back to my body. As Aknev just kind of points to you into the distance, as Morton kind of just goes and grabs the wrist for a second and kind of tilts it up for a moment.
Just gonna say, you'll die trying.
So you're a necromancer that no longer has full control of the body that you once had because of these. That's fun. I was going to ask what was going on with the magic that he can produce, as Aknev just kind of releases his hand and pulls it forward. As he kind of takes a step back, this chair kind of scoots, he almost like kind of trips on it for a moment. Yeah, I was wondering, because it seemed that the friend over there at least had some magical capabilities, and with these, they suppress the ability to produce such magics as they are sucking it into something else. It seems to be a transient form of it. You, however, are fucked, as they say. So I'd bring back your friend, if you would. As he just kind of stands there for a moment and just looks over at you, and then over at Morrow, and then over at the rest of you all, before he just kind of takes a second, takes a large fucking breath, and just goes, and
You
You wake up on the floor, Aknev, as he falls on the floor.
You know, I never asked him who's in War Kronos. Like, is that like a one person?
Questions
Well,
for later.
I'm the one that told you all about that. Not him.
Anyway, that's my friend, air quotes.
Oh, he's awful. So,
I know.
name is fitting. These markings that you have on yourself are absorbing magical essence, as it were, or the arcane aspects of one's body, and pushing them through and sending them elsewhere. Now, interesting fact about that, or interesting tidbit, I suppose, about that, is it will affect your friend, but not you, as your form of magic is slightly different. Your form of magic, as far as I've been aware of you, are a bard, and I haven't seen much else. I don't know if you have other abilities or such, but your ability is not innate. Your ability is your ability to affect your surroundings.
So if I was a sorcerer, this would be terrible for me.
A sorcerer or a wizard, this would be horrible for you, yes. Awful.
Fair. That's fun. So where's it sending it to? You don't mind me asking.
That I don't know yet. That I'm also interested in. You said that they put these markings on you. They said there was some form of a book. Is there anything that you have or any information about this?
Pull up the book.
You have the book itself.
Stole it from the bastard who killed me. Well, tortured me. I killed him.
Ah, good revenge. Let me see it.
Like, toss it.
Okay. He just kind of looks at it and kind of just inspects
Question.
the cover for a second. Go ahead.
Giant. Okay, so I've been wondering this. Vecna. The other two gods. What were the names? I forgot. They're from the Ebon Triad. Hector
and Erenthial.
And Erenthial. Do they have anything in common with a giant worm?
Are you asking him that?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll give him an advantage on this roll, actually.
Not this fucking worm again.
Okay. With a plus 12, that's pretty good. Hector. The Ebon Triad?
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to form us into like a big, giant god orgy.
Oh! They're still around? He closes the book immediately, and he puts it in his robe.
I grab chain grab.
As you reach out for it, he kind of stops and looks over at you. You want?
I need.
Let me.
He's been a little
Let's have a
obsessive over that book since he got it.
I've not been obsessive. I've not been obsessive.
Yes, you have. You've barely
Hold.
slept.
Okay. Ironic. Sit down. Let's have a talk. This is not rightfully mine. However, anyone having this is a little alarming. Now, let me give you a little tidbit on the Ebon Triad and for what time that we have. The Ebon Triad is a cult.
Know that part?
Yes. It is a cult mixed up of the three gods that you had spoken of. It is a cult that had pursued the teachings of all three into a mass, some form of knowledge, some form of an entity that many of them were not fully, at least, aware of. They assumed it was the connection of these three gods, but they were far, far incorrect. In reality, this cult was a disguise for Cuse, the worm that walks. Does that ring a bell to any of you?
No.
No,
Bitch,
and
no.
I don't want it to.
Would it?
I don't think so. What is that? History or comics?
History disadvantage. History or religion disadvantage.
Ooh, I'll do my best. I
Yeah,
fucking
I'll take-
doubt it.
I'll take the
The
religion.
worm
No.
that walks.
No.
The worm that walks.
The
Is
worm
it a
that
fae
walks.
fiend or undead?
No.
Okay.
it's very yeah.
I
11.
had to ask.
Mm-hmm.
No, 22.
Disadvantage, he said.
Oh, disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Yep.
Okay, well, I still...
A
16.
little bit.
No.
Damn.
Okay. None of you. Understood. Kius is, and this is why you'll understand how funny it was, is an elder evil. A former demigod. He is an entity and a being thought to have been born possibly of a brother star that had occurred with him, as he points to Aknev, a brother star that you witnessed last night,
Yeah.
which was named.
Out of character, did you tell me?
He did. He did. He said the star that you were looking at.
I'd repeat that. I'm just
Nihil.
thinking of I'm thinking of the demigod right now.
Yeah, like a Persona cutscene. Like, hey, yo, like, what is this random fact?
I would.
He likes-
I
Bro,
would-
he likes to-
go
he likes
online,
to-
check. Let me
he
go
likes to
check the
quiz
run.
people.
Let me go check the guide.
Nihil.
I
Nihil.
would repeat that.
Yeah. Yes, he's the idea to be brothers, or at least has formed in the same vein as he did. However, Kius, what little we know of him, was a demigod that attempted to take over, well, in my own place of Greyhawk.
That makes sense for the image I got.
He's believed to have come from the far realms, and he is an entity of sentient and conformed of worms and maggots.
Oh, that's lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
So
excuse me, Mordecai. Can I ask you a question about this really quick?
Please do.
So this big fuck off worm god thing.
Mhm.
Is it bad if somebody looks at Ahmed, starts fucking with something that has to do with it, and everything around you starts vibrating at an insane amount?
it was here already.
I'm not talking to you, Mordecai.
Oh.
It's
Extremely so. Hold on, as he pulls the book out again.
Yeah.
This is a book of the Ebon aspect, as as the symbol goes, which was a falsehood to form teachings, which was in conjunction to create beings in which he could use both as to manipulate, and also to create servants for himself and form his body closer to this world.
Are you
So this is a guide to create a monster
so?
and to slowly bring this creature
So
into the realm.
more you interact with it, the more he starts to form.
That I would have to look into a little more. It was known that the creation or the reason that he was able to infiltrate the realms was because of the mass amount of Ebon aspects that were created from the Ebon Triad.
I want to let you know. I want to let you know. If there's any consolation, I murdered the fuck out of all of them. I want that to be known on the record.
There was one here.
Well, that's
Yeah,
the cult.
we
That's the
fought it.
cult. Well, that too. And prior, that was the cult that, did all this shit to me. I killed them.
They made one 400 years ago as well.
I killed them. I lived, but I did kill them.
The other one we fought just the other day. It
That
wasn't
too.
at full power yet.
Do any
but-
of you do?
Yeah.
It was a big fleshy bug that used the body of my. But we
That's
killed
where
that
he got
too.
the book.
Okay, at a game, like, what was I?
You were there. You
As
just
far
weren't
as-
here.
That was in
It was in
Morvon.
Morvon. It was in Morvon.
No,
Okay,
Morvon.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
That was like the big like final
Yeah.
fight that we did there.
It was a giant form. Had the forms of Vecna, Hextor, Eltereth. I killed it.
Mhm.
Now, hypothetically speaking, let's say someone crafted a new spell from the book. How bad is that?
Eileen puts her head in her hands.
Yeah, Thor does the same.
I just
You weren't complaining when I killed the werewolf with it.
Slow turn to Aknev.
Ognev, you've been
Listen,
doing your best to keep it a secret the whole time, and then we found out about it, and it was fucking with you so bad that you couldn't sleep.
that was something different. Action
That
found
was
something different.
combined with both of those things, of
But that
which
wasn't
you
the book.
fucked with it in the cave
No,
Let's
no.
of
not
the Night
Wait.
Mother.
Hold on. Hold on. Night Mother. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm wondering something here. I'm wondering if this is an original book of the of a way to formulate the ebon aspect. If they have been created multiple times here, what are the effects of that in a domain of dread, especially one that seems to replicate that of memories, emotions, things of that nature? You should have seen that in your readings last night, Oknev.
Well,
Do you
so
think?
about that.
Do you think this is a connection to Cuse himself, or do you think this is going to be a connection to an idea of Cuse himself?
I would say that in my study, it would be a connection to Qth itself, since technically, if I look towards Thorn, I point to him, that fiery sword was a connection to a devil that, changed the landscape around it. That's, just we're all going to throw out ideas now, throw everyone under the bus.
He looks over at you now, Thorn.
Yes. My sword here is connected to a devil that I have been allied with for some time now called Osiris. And there was a point where I did not realize how to wield its power, and it opened up its own, essentially a pocket dimension of hell in the building that we were in. They had to fight me, and I had to essentially come to a realization that involved me killing myself before I could come back. Ever since then, things have been fine. But
then there was
Osiris is not in Barovia. However, this sword has a connection to him, which is why I was asking about gods having influence here and other entities, even though the mist should stop many, it doesn't stop all if the right conditions are met.
I have never heard of this Osiris. First
That's
things
okay.
first, which is strange. Not impossible, though. Especially if he's a devil. Second, devil, not god. Third,
That's why I said entities, but yeah, go on.
and then there was the village of Barovia.
if bringing a piece of himself allows him to communicate or connect to this place, that is something that has not been explored yet, but that is something that is absolutely possible. Thinking about it, you all are coming up with very interesting tidbits of this, to the point where actually you may be discovering things that many individuals that have been practicing Arcana their whole lives never even get to dabble upon. You are far beyond messing with things.
And technically, if
your
we're
level.
just all gonna put stuff out there, let's say certain worm thing, put image or word letters in your head saying EGORM. Can't really make sense of it, and really you haven't touched the book in a while.
EGORM.
Trying to speak to you?
No. Gurgle.
Anyone can make an investigation check. Anyone can make an investigation check if you would like.
Ever since then, I haven't touched the book like that. I will let you know that.
Connected to via faith.
Oh, god damn it!
Ah, damn it!
It is not. No.
The one time it's so good. It's fine. Next time.
And my passive of 15 doesn't cover this.
Homie, if you do this,
I'll roll it.
Okay, well, y'all ready for this high raw chips investigation roll? Y'all peep it, please be high. 18.
You say it out loud, and there's a look of realization as Mordenkainen's eyes widen as you look at it. It's like, what? It's just AGORM worm. Age worm. Didn't he just say Cuse, the worm that walks? Why is something trickling into your head as he says out loud, the age of worms. Cuse's plan to take over the realms. You have all gotten into too much. I'm gonna go right now, get a notebook, and I'll be right back to write down a lot of what just took place into here. So please give me a moment.
Can I say one thing? I just wanted to specify something.
Oh, please, go ahead.
With the devil.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yes.
Yes, I speak to him regularly. From how he described Raging Desire being a connection here, he described it more as the way that you would describe being chained to something. He doesn't want to be part of Barovia. He has no desire. However, the sword is keeping him tethered here to a portion of it, which is why he's asked me to kill Strahd with Raging Desire. Hence, it would free any being of him being attached to Barovia in any way. He's not here himself, but it's almost like a portion of him is connected at the neck, and he doesn't like that.
He just kind of takes a breath. There's so much I need to talk about. Don't trust devils. They always have something or are always gaining something off of what they're doing. No exceptions.
May not be
I'm aware.
wonderful.
I will be back. What?
Nothing.
What, Eileen?
No.
Okay.
Just do what you gotta do.
I will. I need a book to write this down. I will be back. See you all very soon. And as he walks away, holding onto your book, Oknev, he's going to go towards his study to get a book, some paper, and some other utensils to write down probably not the craziest thing he's heard, but the most alarming thing of conjunction in a little. So okay, quick.
Do I keep the warlock spells that I have on my list?
Yeah,
Oh my
you already gained the knowledge. You didn't lose it. It's just that book is something
God.
else.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I'm aware. That hasn't been thrown away. With that, as he goes to his utensils, he's going to take a 5-minute break and a breather to gather it in his study. As we are going to take a week breather, as we are going to end session there.
Oh my
Should
God.
I show him
Oh
that
my
spell?
God.
I don't think I should.
Oh my
I
god.
keep that
to
to
you.
myself.
It's up to you, but you already mentioned.
I think we're gonna tell him about it.
Oh my god.
No. I'm really impressed about it, but I made it, but still.
I just realized
Yeah.
Oknev is a warlock, or could be a warlock. I thought he initially was a warlock to Pramod. No, he's a warlock to something a lot worse.
It could be a warlock
Like a fucking
confused.
warlock to an eldritch horror.
No, I made the deal with Pramod. I wasn't planning. Okay, so I want you to know this now. And then you need to understand. I wasn't planning to, feed Pramod to the worm for power.
Yeah.
I wasn't planning that at all. But if I was, how would we feel about that?
You were planning on
You're not
feeding
getting this
Pramod
book
to
back.
the worm.
I don't need it. I can talk to the worm myself.
Why are you
I've
trying to talk to
been
the worm?
sitting on that since like session 3.
I-
Feels
I-
so
I-
good to release.
We need to have
I-
a long talk with Mordecai. I especially
Why-
like how
what-
you tried to
what
throw
if-
me under the bus with a devil when you're like, well, he has a sword, and we're like, yeah, you literally have an eldritch horror in the
We
palm
didn't
of
know
your
until
hand.
now, okay?
And
I'm
I
sorry.
mentioned it.
You know what? What if that fourth thing in this spell?
I know.
Oh, is that why? That's probably why that day that you rolled that number for
He
the
was-
fourth thing in the
I
spell, and
know.
he got so excited, and you were
I
like, no, I was
know.
just doing test rolls. That
I
wasn't me doing
know.
anything.
I know. You don't think I've been sitting on that for a while?
We
I
have so
know.
much to tell
I
Mordecai.
know,
Oh
bro.
my
I
God,
get
oh my
that.
God.
I'm still using the spell, but I know.
Oh, I can't wait.
I can't believe. Oh my god.
I know. I'm sorry. I know.
Yeah, you guys got some pretty big lore dumps. You got Kius, the worm that walks and heals,
Sounds
Elder
like we're
God,
gonna
get more
Realm
next
Space,
week,
Realm
too.
Space.
Once again,
Give me the book.
Back here in Curse of Strahd.
Why can't I mean, I kind of wish I
Ognev
just told
rolls.
them that like, I had, like an angel within me. Like I felt like that would have been a good news thing.
Once again, remember, guys, here in chat, Ognev's rolls and Ognev decisions always cause chaos.
That is true. That is true.
That
It's
is
my
the
birth-
one constant.
It's my birthright. They killed me with this book. I get this book when I come back. It's only fair.
It's an Eldritch Horrors book.
Okay, I get that part, but you're being crazy. Okay, you're talking a lot about semantics.
gaslighting us for thinking that.
Literally, Ognev fucking 10 minutes ago. I don't need it. I don't need it.
I definitely don't need
Anyway, Mr.
Yeah,
DM,
yeah,
would
yeah,
that
he-
affect?
Why?
Would that affect the domain thing that I've been working on? Not
That's
having
a
that
se-
book.
That's a separate thing because you were learning about how to.
Oh,
use
you're
it.
right. You're right. That's perfect. Anyway, I need that book.
With
Yeah, let's go off stream.
with that too. Yeah, because Kius is fun. He's a very interesting elder evil, but he is an entity of as he said there, like knowledgeable, like worms and maggots to form like this 30-foot tall being kind of thing. He's awesome. He's so messed up too. He's got so many cool things about him.
He's a demigod. Not an actual. I can kill him. Fuck
He's
that.
a former demigod. He was
Bro,
defeated.
don't at me.
Yeah, he's a former demigod. He was
Demigod?
yeah, stuff happened back in the past.
Bro, shit. Former, I can handle that.
A group of heroes was able to displace him.
Bro, guys, I know what you're thinking. But think about this. That's a lot of XP right there. That's like 14
Stop it.
Hey,
Gotta love it.
have a
Let's get out of here, let's
good
get
night,
out of here.
Anyway,
guys.
goodbye.
Thanks for joining us for
Gotta
Curses
love
of
it.
Strahd.
Bye.
Thanks for coming in. Summon Eldritch Horrors. If your friends do, kill them.
It's good